problems as it is.
Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Done. Well, that music video, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. They say we got to get the hell up out of the music zone. All right, folks, how you doing? How y'all doing? I done told you, we missed you yesterday. You found new friends, I see.
No. It was the weather was pretty chilled here, so I went out to the park, which has just been it's been leveled because it's been growing disheveled. So it's leveled now.
Leveled.
Yeah,
So they leveled.
yeah, so they leveled it, so we can get to walk to the lake, and so yeah.
Oh, you have lakes over there? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Come on, you know, everything you hear about England sounds as though it's pretty boring over there.
Yeah, we're a boring, excitable lot, So we like our kind of boring,
Happy to have you. Any exams coming up this week? Any tests? Anything? What you got going on? Nothing.
No, we've got a presentation, and that will be next week.
Next week. All right. I know you'll be ready. Not worried about you. I know you got this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a group of 4 beautiful women, so I'm the only guy in there, so I'll follow their lead, if you know what I'm saying.
You have a weakness. I feel it. You got a weakness. And the good thing is at least you can admit to your weaknesses. Not necessarily a bad weakness. Not at all. I'm not saying that.
I actually take it as a strength. You see, when you see them, you know what I mean. So.
All right, Tadasoji. Just stay focused, okay? That's all I'm saying. Stay focused.
Yeah, I'm focused on things in front of me and sometimes behind me. So, yeah.
What's wrong with your mic, Rosolo? Buenos dias, mi gente. What's up, Azzy? Rosolo says she can't unmute. Leave and come back, Ro. Morning, Dre. Morning. Mi gente. I'm laughing at mi gente right about now. As the interesting, to say the least, interesting, mi gente. All right, folks.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rosolo. How are you? ¿Cómo estás, mi amor?
Bien, gracias. Bien, ¿y tú?
Bueno, igual.
There's ice around listening, so.
So you're right about no. Let me not say it. Let me not say it, Soji. Morning, everyone. Morning, Mr. President. Morning, everyone. Good afternoon, Soji. I'm here to say you have beautiful women in front and behind you. Good job.
Yeah.
Well done.
Good support, yeah.
Yes, I like that, my brother. I like that. Good stuff. I would like, no, can't say that. All right, let me mute because I don't know what to say anymore. I would like to have supporting resources in front and behind me, too.
Well cushioned.
Listen,
Thanks. Well, Well, I am the cushion now. I am the cushion. Boy, here we
Lord
go.
have mercy. Listen, so yesterday we had a day. We had a day yesterday. Morning, Mr. President. We had a day yesterday. So yesterday, we got shut down. Why? Everything I fall over. I'm knocking everything down. But anyway, whatever. Things. Remember that book? Is it Chinua Achebe? What's his name? Things
Things
fall.
Fall Apart by
Things.
Chinua Achebe.
Fall apart.
Things
Yeah.
fall apart. Had to do that in school. Literature. Oh my gosh.
Published
Yes.
1959.
That's an old. All right. Stop that now. That's an old book. Yeah. I'm not sure about all the schools in Africa, but definitely across the Caribbean, it was part of the curriculum for English literature, which you could not escape.
It's a must. It's not that you can't. It's a must. In fact, I can literally quote from it chapter to chapter. So don't get me started on that book.
So there were certain books. What another one that we had to do in high school, To Kill a Mockingbird,
I was just about to say that
and
one.
that's the
To Kill a
title of a
Mockingbird.
book. Hold on a second. TikTok. That's the title of a book. I'm not missing any words. Title of a book.
You
Who
want
we
to
have
say
to say
Toni
to other
Morrison?
who,
You want to
who we
say
have to
Toni
say
Morrison
To
to
Unalive a
to
Mockingbird.
other life a
That's not the name
mockingbird.
of the book. The name of the book is To Kill a Mockingbird.
Lord, I'm weak. I'm weak in the heart.
We had to do
What was the
Oliver
other one by
Twist,
Ernest Hemingway? What's the one by Ernest?
Old Man and the Sea.
Old
Old
Man
Man
and
and
the
the Sea.
Sea.
Yeah,
That was one of my favorites. That was one of my favorites.
we had to do that one. We had to do, of course, the entire collection, the series of Shakespeare, Merchant of Venice, A Pound of
Merchant of Venice.
Flesh,
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Romeo and Juliet,
Yep.
Juliet,
Midsummer
uh,
Night Dream.
Midsummer's Night
Midsummer
Dream.
Night's Dream,
Yes,
Othello,
yes.
all of them. All of them.
Tempest.
Oh, oh my
King
God.
Lear.
Oh, Jesus, don't even start.
I think that was the challenging part for me. I did not enjoy reading Shakespeare. I love to read. I love to read, but I did not. Soji, I did not enjoy reading Shakespeare. It's like they were trying to unalive me. Lord have mercy, unalive me in my youth. I would read Old Man and the Sea, To Kill a Mockingbird, all those other books that we just mentioned. But once you put Shakespeare in front of me, I'm done.
Mhm.
I,
No.
I, I go blank. I go blank.
Animal Farm,
Hamlet.
of course. Hamlet, yes. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember. What are some of the? There are some books by Caribbean authors that we had to do as well. Oh my gosh, the names escape me
Well,
right now. But
actually, I don't remember reading Malcolm X
no, we didn't
in
do that. We
in,
didn't do
in
No, no,
that.
no. We didn't do
Jamaica.
Malcolm X.
We read
No.
Malcolm X here. We met Malcolm X, Color Purple. Those books here. I don't know why,
Mhm.
but that's yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, Green Days
We
by the
did by the
River.
river. Yes.
Lord of mercy. We
We
The
got
did
one by
we did
Scarlet Letter, Sixth Form. I did okay, so you did sixth form, Dre. I
never
went
this
to
is
community
Andre.
college, so I don't remember doing Scarlet Letter. I don't remember doing that in
so we did the drummer boy, Cyprian Quincy. We did Weep Not Child by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. We did Efuru by Flora Wampa. So Efuru is the first novel written by a black woman in Africa
Mm-hmm.
around the same time that Things Fall Apart came out. So
Mm.
that's Flora Wampa. Yeah. So that's Flora Wampa. And actually, that novel was instrumental to setting the store with regards to underlining the work Funmilayo Kunti did with regards to giving women their voice and what have you. Because in that novel, she took her husband, then divorced the husband, because he was a low life and stuff like that. So it's a brilliant book.
So in the chat, Adasoji, Ozzy put a small place by Jamaica Kincaid. Andre put a separate piece that a streetcar named Desire. My father, son Johnson. Yes, I remember that one, Mr. President. Midsummer Night Dream. Yes.
Did you come
Wow.
across? There was a series of books that was. I'm not sure if it came across to the Caribbean. It called it the Pacesetter series.
I know I'm not familiar with that one.
It was the novels were not more than 70, 60 pages, but they sold out like candy. So I'm gonna be telling on myself now. So one way, if you want to get the girls to listen to you, you talked about all those pace setters because they used to read them. So
Listen, man. A Raised in the Sun. We had some good. When you think back, though, those books really shaped our thinking, and you had to think. It was a lot of critical thinking. That's where I learned to read between the lines. Right? You really
yeah, Raisin in the Sun, Lawrence Hansberry.
yep. Good books.
Moments.
Yeah.
Remember how we had to read? So, Soldier, this is how we grew up as well. We had to read every holiday
Mm.
when everybody else was
They
having
gave you a
holidays.
list.
Yes, we had to read
Going on,
every
yeah, yeah.
holiday and write a book report. So it's not just don't you can't fake it. You cannot fake it. You have and we had to
Yep,
write a book.
yep.
But now I realize the discipline of that because I do it with my kids now. Even my up until they graduated from high school, the 10-year-old
Yeah,
that
is yeah.
she
Summer
reads every summer. She does I get a what are those books that you with all the practices English, math, science, history. She gets an advanced
Mm.
year. So if she's going into fifth grade, she gets the sixth grade book. So she does it all summer. And I see the same facial expressions that Moments and I made when we were children. But I tell them I said, listen, it's trust me, at the end of the day, when you reach college and you're in college, you're going to appreciate it. And my son tells me every single time he comes back home, I appreciate those summers and I appreciate those times when you forced me to do that, even though I want. He said, because what I realized is that 1 hour a day in the summer, it was such a huge help for me getting through, the difficulties of transitioning to school and college and learning how to time manage and everything. He said he had this discipline that a lot of other kids don't have.
Yeah, we didn't have a choice. And then to make it worse at a soldier, my mom being an English language, English literature, and a Spanish teacher.
Glasses on the
Book
nose.
report, the book report. I mean, when I said she read, don't play, don't think we're just gonna hand the book report in and she said, "Oh, good effort." No, she reads the book report. She gets out her red pen and she starts to mark it up. And you got to go and revise your book report. But I appreciate that now.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
really appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing to do now with all the distractions. Oh my God. It's gonna be so one way to countenance that is to get the kids graphic novels. That way they're seeing pictures, but they're also reading at the same time.
Yep.
Because the idea that they can sit and read those words, those lines, and just stare at blocks of passages. Oh my God. It's going to be like torture.
Hold on. Where's niece? I sent her. Oh, because I know she wasn't here. I sent her the invite. Rosola, you remember when we used to go to Miss Owen for extra lessons? And she had that schoolhouse behind her house where she lived.
Yeah.
And niece, okay, you used to go to hold on, let me bring up niece because this is taking us back in the day now.
But remember too, we used to not only read what was assigned, we used to read series like Nancy Drew and Bob's the Twins, and we'd exchange books in class. So we were not only reading what was assigned to us, and I'm talking about first form, we were reading everything, fun book. I miss. Take me back. Go ahead, niece. Go ahead.
Niece, niece, were you? We used to come up to Miss Owen too for extra lessons.
Yes, she drilled us on maths. The other day, my mother called me and she said, "Guess who asking for you?" I said, "Who?" Mrs. Owens. At Miss Owens. Shelley, let me tell you something. The fear of God came in the same time because I was traumatized going to that lady's extra lessons. But God,
thank you. Thank you.
Listen, it was the group of us. It was me, you, your sister, then of course, the twins, and which twins I'm talking about from the egg farm. And then, oh my gosh, it was just let me tell you something. It was a must. You get dropped off up there and you stay there and you do the math. But it worked. It helped. It helped. And then who remember Saturday mornings, Nissan Solo, dance class, Saturday morning, up at the
I
community
was just
college.
about to say that. I was just about to say that. Piano lessons during the week. Yo, I enjoyed my youth. For goodness sake. I did.
We're not, listen, you were kept busy. We were
You have to
Mm-hmm.
keep
kept
you
We're
occupied.
kept active,
busy.
yeah. And then we go home and we're outside playing. Even when my aunt would say, "Please don't go outside when I'm gone. Please
Exactly.
stay inside." I say, "Hit the gates,
We
Mama
got
and we're gone." And the thing is, it's not Mona's getting hurt, you know. You know when they say shortcut, draw blood, that's me. Every time my aunt came back, something was wrong. My finger cut, my knee bruised, my whole one time I
oh,
fell over the gun. When I fell over the thing,
those
and
were
my
the
whole
days.
jaw was swollen, and I'm trying to hide a swollen jaw from my aunt for an entire day. I
Those were
enjoyed
the
it.
days. Those were the days. Those were good
I
days.
loved it.
Lord, we could bring back those days. You know, reminiscing, folks,
Or if
reminiscing.
we could give our children just a glimpse into those moments of childhood, they don't
Yes,
understand that we had a good childhood. We had
yes,
fun.
yeah. We had a
We
lot
had
of
fun.
fun. Yeah, we were. I mean, we were not concerned with anything. Quite frankly, you just live. That was it. You live. You know what you had to do. You do what you have to do. And you keep it moving. All right. Right to that sort of time I go on, John. But you know something? Today I am not as serious about the show. Today I'm not gonna lie. Because yesterday threw me. But anyway, John, morning. How you do?
Good morning, everyone. I'm good. I'm good. I love listening to these stories. It brings back my childhood as well. And I agree. You have to keep your children busy. I don't know if this came from a story or you
No,
guys were
no, we're
just
just
having a
talking.
conversation.
Hmm.
When you keep them busy, they stay out of trouble and they learn at the same time. And then
Hmm.
they are grateful as they get older.
Yeah, there are certain things that our parents did do, and you know, I have zero regrets. I tried to do the same with our children, and it's worth it. It makes all the sense in the world. We have to. I remember Saturday mornings. You could not turn on a TV but you watch Ring Ding and Miss Lou until after
Please,
12
Until
o'clock.
please.
you until you clean the house. No TV until the house is cleaned. Everything done from top to bottom.
But thank God we
Even
didn't have that to
dusting.
do.
We
Even
didn't have that.
dusting.
Thank
I
God
did
we
that
didn't.
here. I did that. I didn't have to do it in Jamaica. I did that here though, but I didn't have to do it in Jamaica.
No, you know what we learned to do? Who taught us to clean our shoes,
Look,
Rosolo? Oh my God.
we used to wash our socks, and yeah, Saturday
That was
morning
it.
we did have to
That
do
was,
certain things.
yeah.
Wash our socks, wash our underwear, stuff like that. Clean our shoes. Make sure our room is clean. But we didn't have to clean the house, and we had dance too, so there was always a balance.
Yep, yep.
And
So,
Sunday morning, make sure you're ready for church, whether she's ready or not. Either you're going with her or you're walking, but you're going to church. Yeah, you're going to church.
I had to get dressed in the hallway because I wasn't ready, and my mother threw my clothes and me in the hallway and locked the door.
listen, and these children are complaining about life hard. Listen, man, them don't know they have. Them
You
don't know they
know,
have.
the funny thing is about our society. As you know, I recently moved, and I'm in a complex where I'm in the back, so it's quieter back here. But in the front, there are lots of children, and in the evening, you'll see them on their bikes, and they're gathered around, and just I don't know what happened the other day, and I saw someone complain to them. I'm like, you see what I'm talking about? We say they're on the devices too much, right? We say they don't go outside, and here they are. They're outside. Why are you? They're not bothering anybody. When the cars pull up, they move out the way. They're on the side. They're just gathered, and you see the bun. That's a good thing.
Mhm.
That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
we need to encourage children to be outside. Get off these devices that they're
Yes.
fixated
You don't
on.
see them on the phones. You see them on the bikes, or you see the girls. What we used to do is just hang out and talk, or they'll be on the swings in the front, and it doesn't faze me one bit. They're not low. They're not disrespectful. It's a couple kids,
Hmm.
and you can tell people don't like seeing that. And I'm like, well, they're. No, I don't know. I won't say that.
So, oh, by the
Come
way,
on.
somebody, we need to send a message to Alexia. So they reinstated Alexia So I hope she comes in. So folks, couple of things. Oh, Tasha. I know I glimpsed Tasha in here. She's probably gone now. But I figured out how to label the live 18 and over in the settings. So I did that, and I got they said once you select that, you get the alert. Your live will still be flagged if there is any violation. So I will say this TikTok, I will say this. Morning, Dr. Sharon. Morning, Mr. President. Not ignoring and morning, everybody coming in.
Morning, morning.
Let me say this. Oh, them flagged the live yesterday for all who don't know. I was gonna be shut down until the 24th of March. I appealed. They reinstated the live access yesterday. So a couple of things. We just have to change up our vocabulary. Synonyms. We have to learn alternative words, right? Yeah, so we have to, I don't know, speaking code, I guess it is what it is. Free speech does not exist, and we have to embrace that. It is free to an extent. And I just saw the thing go. Go ahead, niece.
So, did you identify what was said? Did they like say to you, okay, fine?
So
What was
they
it that was in
said-
brief?
what they said was that there was misinformation. Now, at the time when it happened, we were. I can let you know what we were talking about. Hold on one second, because I don't want to tell a lie by myself.
Yeah, no, don't repeat it. Don't repeat
No,
it.
no,
But
no, I'm not going to repeat it, but I'm going to let you know what the conversation stemmed from. We had played an article, excuse me, from Al Jazeera, um, referencing USAID, and the conversation on the video was about USAID in Africa and the non-benefits, put it that way, and that there was more damage than good. So they flagged us, and after that, we're talking about the effects of a particular country in the different regions not being favorable, and that it comes with, there's a contingency, right? And usually it's never to the benefit of the regions being served by this particular country. And yeah, and we were flagged for misinformation.
So, you spoke about Uncle Sam's role on the continent. Everybody knows what Uncle Sam gets up to. It's it's well documented. I don't know what this thing flag. They are just wild.
Yeah. So, and they removed they flagged Alexia, and but I told her to appeal. So I'm not sure if that's what they did, but she sent me a message, and last night I saw it this morning that she's back. They, them let her back in. Yeah, here's the thing. So we've come to the decision. We're just going to read the story them and keep it as go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
It wasn't the story. It was one word that she kept using. I don't think it was the story.
What the word start with? What's the first letter in the word?
Yeah, what a word.
The opposite, what we used to say instead of unalive.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Because she said that
Oh.
like it was, because you guys will say that, as an expression of your emotions. And she kept saying that. It was that word.
All right. And here's a hypocrisy in it. Me watch lives. But that's the word from beginning to end.
So my question is: it just lives, or is it because I scroll through TikTok and see conversations or people posting things. Is it just because it's live, or is it?
I don't think it's because it's that, because I'm saying, Ro, I have watched other lives from the outside of the club in the streets, right? And some things for me here, I'm like, whoa, then get her with that.
But here's the thing. So Ozzy said she said it 4 times, right? And earlier when we was reading stories, somebody else said it a couple of times too. So maybe it's the amount of times that you say it. because I remember hearing it a couple of times as we went through yesterday.
So you got this three strikes rule.
It was more than 3 strikes.
And that's the funny thing. I don't remember hearing it that much. So I must not. I mean,
Yeah, I heard it, but it kind of we went through it real quick, so it wasn't thrown.
But
It
the
wasn't
problem is-
easily discernible as when she was saying it.
But the hypocritical position is, you're on a video app and you're fixated about the word. Have you seen the kind of imagery that is on here?
But it's not imagery, it's AI listening.
But
AI
that's what I'm saying.
image.
But here's the thing, Jack. AI can be programmed for imaging as well as words.
But they're not programming it for imaging. They're programming it for words.
Well, it's not fair. Okay, Jack.
I'm not saying that it's fair. We don't even have to debate that.
No,
It's
what I'm saying is the
rackanackle.
very same word that I'm flagged for or our live is flagged for. I have watched other lives where the words are used throughout the entire live and them not get flagged.
So then that's for us or whomever is after you appeal and they sent you back that response. Can you send another response back to them?
I don't care about Jamie. Don't waste the time with that.
Now hold on. So
No waste the time with them and that.
Yeah.
Respond saying what? What may I respond to them say? We don't know.
Charles, so in Instagram, right, you have different classifications. You have this, and somebody can help me with this. You have the sole person, like me, who mind my business. And then you have persons who are business category. Then you have business who are entertainers, different levels of entertainers, bloggers, political analysts. They have different titles and layers, and they're allowed certain things. Is that, and I'm very new to TikTok, trust me when I say this, but is there layers similar to that in TikTok? Because is it a case where your whatever your tagline is, it then flags you because of your tagline?
Yeah.
Not to my mind. I don't think there are that kind of. It's just that the state that runs the probably can't even mention the name of the state now. You know, the one with the 5 stars and around with a red background. Yeah, that one. They're very, very what's it called? They're very, very handsy when it comes to speech, especially one attacking their leader, attacking apparatus of state, or words that are deemed to be inflammatory and that can possibly rile up the population. So they've built this model based on that. So for them, anything that triggers those kind of reaction is what gets flagged.
So we're taking it back to elementary school, folks. Very big, incredible, amazing.
bigly.
I mean, Moments, you played half of the clip and nothing happened. You got shut down once the conversation started.
Yeah.
Don't you think they would have shut you down right away?
Okay.
See, that's where I have the problem because she played the clip and the lady in the clip was saying essentially what we were saying. We were just elaborating on our experiences. The clip was finished, so I don't get it. But I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. So we live, we learn, we move on. It's a learning curve. We don't get a handbook as to what can and cannot be said. You learn as you go. And then also you have folks, because remember in the first week I got flagged so many times because people felt uncomfortable with the live. And I'm like, okay, that means people reported the live. What on earth were we doing that would make anybody comfortable when we're talking about the news? What were we talking about?
So, and that was the other thing I was going to say. Besides what we spoke about before, there was a lot of people that popped in and popped out yesterday. There was a whole lot.
Right, but Ja, here's the thing: you don't have to come in the space to report a live. You can stay on the outside and report a live.
People are trolling. That seems to be the new the new way of life.
So you don't know if it's somebody who came in the space or somebody who watches on the outside. Because I know I watch lives from the outside, right? And people can report the lives without having to come into the live.
I thought anytime we come in, it'll say, just like how it says in the bottom, Shadia joined. That's how I thought TikTok worked. So you know when people come in.
Yeah.
You know when they come in, but you don't. But they can watch. You can preview the live without clicking the button to come in.
Oh,
So you can,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
So I can,
You know that part.
even right now, if you start scrolling up, it will show you all these lives. You don't have to click and go into it. You have to click. That's it's when you come in. When you click and say, come in. That's when it shows that a certain person joined.
Understood.
So people can be watching. That's when she said outside the club. People can be watching from outside the club and complain.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I just saw it go.
Here's the thing. As you grow, let me just put it out there for the haters. As you're watching outside the club, right? As she grows, she understands that she will have haters. That is a part of the process. So do what you feel you need to do. You're not stopping the show. So continue to do whatever you feel you need to do, whatever makes you feel good, right? But that's not going to change anything because we are covered by a higher power. That's all I have to say.
Hallelujah.
I say an amen.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And
hopefully we can still say those words.
let the church say.
Lord have mercy. Can you imagine if we can't say amen? What's that time? What's that time? If we can't say Ashe, what's that time?
All right, folks. Well, it's not a lot of stories today because Minaga lied to the last night was a struggle. Do I do the show? You know when you have a thing, she loves me, now he loves me, he loves me.
Do the show, do not do the show.
Those weren't my choice words though. I was like, F it, do it. F it. that was literally me last night. To heck with it, do it. But you know something, it's life. It is life. It's how we pivot. It's how we embrace whatever obstacles are going to be thrown at us. And then this morning's devotion cemented for me, pick up the pieces and keep it moving. No matter what, you can't stop certain things from happening. What you can control pretty much is how you react and how you respond. Right? All of us were given a talent for a reason. We have our God-given talents. He gave them to us for a reason. Mine is my voice. And if he give me the voice, him know why and give to me. And I just saw the thing set. Right? We move and go through. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead. First article of the day. Lord of mercy. 4 minutes after the top of the hour. Our first article. We started talking about books that we had to read. Yep. The end of USAID in the Caribbean, a milestone for regional autonomy. Article comes to us courtesy of nowgrenada.com. USAID, particularly through USAID. Okay, so they have US blank AID, or I should say space AID, USAID, particularly through USAID, has a complex and sometimes sinister history of involvement in foreign nations. So let me say this very clearly. This article comes to us courtesy of nowgrenada.com. These are not my opinions. And I think my internet just clipped out. So if you hear any feedback, bear with me, folks. All right. USAID, particularly through their complex, well, it has a complex and sometimes sinister history of involvement in foreign nations, often blurring the lines between humanitarian assistance and meddling political influence. Here we go with another article, right? Since its inception in 1961, USAID has been a tool of American foreign policy, providing aid to countries aligned with U.S. interests during the Cold War and beyond. This so called soft power is evidenced in the fact that while USAID has undoubtedly contributed to global development and disaster relief, it has also been used to shape political outcomes in recipient countries. In my humble opinion, and this is the humble opinion of Michael Derek Roberts, the author of this piece in nowgrenada.com, the recent announcement by the Trump administration of USAID's withdrawal from several Caribbean nations marks a significant turning point in the region's journey towards true independence and self determination. While some may view this development with anxiety and apprehension, there are compelling reasons why I believe that Caribbean countries should celebrate the transition. For decades, USAID has been a prominent player in the Caribbean's development landscape, yet today, in 2025, the region is still a service industry driven one, with manufacturing and commodity production almost non existent. That is because its presence has often come with strings attached, negatively influencing policy decisions and economic strategies in ways that may not always align with the region's best interests. The end of USAID operations, therefore, presents an opportunity for Caribbean nations to chart their own course free from external pressures and agendas. Well, the article echoes everything that we've spoken about since 2022, when Coffee and Toe, since the inception of Coffee and Toe, conversations that have been had over the years, the concerns expressed, that it's time for some organizations to pack up and end their vacation. Let me put it that way. Pack their bags and return home, because when you do an assessment, when an analysis is done over the period of time that they have been putting up their feet and sipping daiquiris and so on and so forth, not much gain has been had. Um, yeah, so that's that. Moving right along, Republic Bank and Caribbean Export Partner to help businesses thrive. This article comes to us courtesy of nowgrenada.com. Small and medium enterprises, SME, are the backbone of economies across the Caribbean, Africa, and beyond. But access to finance and export opportunities remains a challenge. Mindful of this constraint, Republic Bank and the Caribbean Export Development Agency, Caribbean Export, with co funding from the European Union via the third Regional Private Sector Development Program, have embarked on a collaborative capacity building initiative to position small businesses for expanded success. The Republic Bank Caribbean Export Thrive Unlocking Finance and Export Potential for SMEs program, a virtual finance and export development training initiative, will commence in April of 2025 to benefit 500 SMEs. The Republic Bank Caribbean Export Program, Thrive, will provide 500 small businesses across Anguilla, Barbados, the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, Dominica, Ghana, Grenada, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Martin, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. So they will be provided with access to relevant and dynamic expert training designed to help them scale, innovate, and compete globally. Through online learning, live group sessions, and invaluable networking opportunities, the program focuses on building resilience, improving financial literacy, and unlocking new market potential, key ingredients for sustainable business growth. We've had conversations along these lines, haven't we? The importance of regional advancement. Um, I'm happy to see this, or thank you, Kirk. Thank you. I'm happy to see this here. I was hoping to see more islands involved, more countries involved, but let us see how it goes. For us to advance economically, I think on a global scale, I think we have to move as a unit. We've expressed these sentiments time and time again. we have to move as a unit, right? We have to think of ourselves, create, well, we already have it created, which is called CARICOM. But if we have something similar to, like a Costco warehouse or Sam's Club, that idea where everybody brings their goods there, or not physically speaking, just let's think outside the box for a second. So you are part of an organization that is instrumental in seeing to it that your goods are positioned across the globe, right? Instead of you having to do it individually. Am I making sense? Is that practical? Is that a practical approach? So you'd have the export organization, and every country, every company that is into manufacturing, that is already exporting or desirous of exporting, registers with this body, makes them aware of exactly what it is that you have available for export. Testing is done to see to it that it meets standards, right? And then this organization, let me not use body, this organization will then make it their responsibility to go into the various countries and sell the products on your behalf. Is that reasonable or not? Let me know in the comments how you feel about that. Let me know. Okay, hold on 1 second. What are your thoughts with regard to that? Put the comments in the chat on YouTube. Put them here on TikTok. Go right ahead, niece. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But what you just mentioned or suggested, isn't that the role of foreign affairs, a combination of foreign affairs, the ambassadors for the different countries, to stimulate that level of conversation? Because all what you're saying is good and well. It is in place. RADA was modeled from that. And the issue with RADA, I think I remember saying a couple of years ago, that agriculture and education should be, it should not be affected by a change in administration. RADA was doing so well in the early 20, what year are we in? Early, yeah. They were doing so well initially. RADA was, let me tell you how good RADA was. If as a hotelier, because I used to be a director in director of procurement in a hotel, and I would call them at any given time. I said, listen, I need farmers in this particular area, and I need to know what crops they have. And I would also tell them the crops that I need. I would tell them the things that I'm importing and say, listen, this is what I need on the ground. And they would put together a market development, and they would say, okay, fine. This is what we need. This is how many farmers we need. This is how much crops we need to, this is how many seeds we need to sow to attain this. They were scientific and they were data driven. I don't know what happened. But I mean, other Caribbean countries, and I speak to them about RADA as well, they also started modeling what they were doing because of the success of RADA and farming in Jamaica earlier administration. Yeah. There are some Caribbean countries, for example, I mean, the land was not being fully developed. For example, St. Lucia was not producing any pineapples. Everything was imported. When I got there and I started working there, I told them about RADA, and we developed a relationship with them. And they identified an area. They started growing pineapple. And the gist of it was to reduce the imports, right? And then once they got to a certain level, then they put a tariff on. You want to import it? Okay, fine. But you can't import it unless it is already here. So if you want to import it, call me and I will tell you where it is, because we're not going to sign off on that permit. So that instrument, all of that instrument is in place. It's just for them to make sure that the protocol of what it is that they need to be doing, that it is maintained. And it is offered throughout the Caribbean, in that not just one country is benefiting from this.
I like that. Did that ever, go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Okay.
moments. During the Morris Bishop time, that's way back in 1981, 82, they created the Marketing and National Importing Board, right? And what that organization did, and I think the current prime minister is revamping it because I think it sort of lost its mandate. What that organization did is that it buy produce from all the farmers. So as a farmer, when you plant and you have stuff to sell, as opposed to going out there and fighting to sell it on your own, you sell it to the Marketing and National Importing Board. They bought it at pre-arranged price or however they negotiate the prices, and then they distribute it to different outlets, supermarkets, hotels, whatever. So at any point in time, a hotelier or somebody looking for produce go directly to the MNIB and they place the order with them. So what you find happening over time, they have the trend as to what is required, demand, supply, whatever. And then they could influence the farmer and say, okay, this is what we're looking for. Same thing like what Lisa is saying. This product is in demand. And not only that, they also would have access to the seasonal trends. There are times when you had more tomatoes or stuff like that. So if you get people to plant stuff in the off season to balance it off, because oftentimes hoteliers and stuff cannot find certain produce at certain point in time if you need it all the time, 360 degree all year. And it worked very, very well. So systems like that is already in place. So imagine if you have something that on a country, every country has that, and then these agricultural ministers now meet on a CARICOM level and say, okay, these are my demands, these are my supply, these are what I'm planting and stuff. And we create a system like that where we communicate through the Caribbean. We could cut food import by a huge amount because a lot of the stuff that we import, we could plant and we could grow. And then you could develop farming and then you work with farmers. So there is so much that could come up from a simple idea like that, being regional. So I just wanted to highlight that. And that was what, since 1983, 79 to 83, Bishop was there, right? So imagine if we had something like that that had taken root through the Caribbean, what it would be like.
Right.
You.
Let me ask a question before we move on. And thank you, niece, for sharing that information. Valuable information worth sharing. And we hope that there, is the furthering of this initiative. And we need it to be across the Caribbean. And going to what you just said, Mr. President, inter-regional trade, where we reduce the import bill across the Caribbean, because we're fully aware that everything will not grow in one particular island, right? Or one particular island can grow everything to self-sustain, but we should be doing the exchange of goods amongst ourselves first and foremost. I like the idea that if we have it in abundance, why are we importing, right? And if you insist on importing, well, guess what? You're going to pay the tariff, all right? And unfortunately, we know how the tariff gets passed on. Now, I want to ask this question. How in today's society, it's 2025, when parents are big on telling their children, get a degree. Everybody wants a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer. Everybody wants them pick the fit in an office. We don't hear parents encouraging their children to get into farming, telling them the benefits of farming. I personally, and I'm not saying we don't have drives and campaigns and initiatives in place. I don't think it's to the degree or it's as heightened as it should be. How can we impress upon our youth the importance of getting involved in agriculture? The importance of, okay, it's okay to get that science degree, but how can you now use that degree effectively in the agricultural sector?
What do you remember from primary school? For me, it was a lunch. I'm sorry.
But to take lunch to school.
But I say that to say that a lot of these primary schools, if you look around, they're filled with dirt. So there's an opportunity there for them to do a small garden that will teach the kids. And guess what? They're outside. They're handling dirt. safely, supervised. They're handling dirt safely, and you're teaching them how to plant something. You know, it may be flowers, it may be corn, something very simple. That's something that is easy to mean, something that they can watch grow. It's creating a memory within them, an experience within them, something that they will want to do, something that they will enjoy doing because they're outside and they're outside with their friends. When they go to high school, of course, they get a touch of it for. It's mandatory, I think, second to third form,
Yeah.
and you have a choice thereafter.
Agricultural science.
Right. So then you're exposed to it on a different level. And then because not for every school or for every fifth form, you may find one person who is interested in doing agriculture. You may find another 1% wanting to do teaching, and that's why they have specialized schools. Very few specialized schools that specialize in these sciences. So it's a matter of exposing the kids from very early, giving them a taste, not just high school, giving them a taste of it from primary school.
What about basic
right?
school? Infant school?
No, I don't think it will. No, they'll be sitting there eating the dirt. Then I'm gonna have a problem when my kid come home with dirt in his teeth. I'm gonna have a problem with that. No, that's gonna require a lot more supervision.
The reason why I suggest it is because there's a family in Jamaica. I follow them on YouTube and I follow them on TikTok. The Greens are the Green family. They have very young children, and the first son, I don't think he even reached 5, probably 6. I don't know, but he has his own pigs. And that's why I said why we can't introduce them from basic school, infant school. But I get what you're saying, the supervision. But carry on. My apologies. Carry on. Hey, after you, Ozzy.
I was gonna say to you, yeah, that at home under the supervision of your parents, that's a whole totally different ballgame as opposed to you're around teaching, you're around your friends, and you want to impress somebody.
All right, go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of things. I think Nice made a very good point. Exposure is one. For example, for me, like, I don't think they do it too much now, but in school, I took like an electrical class and all these other things. And then that kind of opens the possibilities, you know? I think another component that we need to address is classism in society as well, because people have a way of looking down upon the farmers and those types of workers also. So there's also that kind of like subconscious, why he doing that? He must be poor. That kind of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm. We need to change that narrative, because at the end of the day, you can't be looking down on the person that is providing the food that you need to eat, to live. You know, there's something off with that. So we have to go on a serious campaign. There has to be an initiative to put farmers at the top of the scale, just like we put lawyers. Because if everybody a lawyer and doctor, engineer, who going to farm? Who is going to provide the food for us? The sustenance that we need. You said 4-H club, Niece. Yes, 4-H clubs were in high schools. I want to believe they're still in high schools. Yeah.
They're still there, but I mean, what we probably had experienced back in the days, yeah, it's a whole scaled down version of that. Maybe it's funding, maybe it's persons who are interested in. I don't know what it is, but it goes back again to, I don't know if you remember where the nearest agricultural school is for persons on the North Coast.
You know, I don't know. I don't remember.
It's Portland. It's Portland. Yes. So if you are in Alexandria, Mandeville, Montego Bay, Negril, you have a choice of going to either Portland or to Kingston.
That don't make no sense.
So and there's Hart. Hart is designed to train persons for tourism.
Right.
So agriculture needs to become part of tourism, and they need to do an arm of the Heart Trust NTA and put it in the rural locations.
St. Anne is a perfect location. All that land up in the hills going towards Manchester, Clarendon,
Exactly.
that can be used for farming because the dirt is good. It's good dirt.
And it's more accessible to the persons for serving what's that, West Coast, North Coast, and South Coast. It's an easier access for those persons who don't want to have anything to do with Kingston, which is already overpopulated. So they need to make the education, the different levels of education for agriculture more accessible for persons who want to pursue, if it's even for short term, because there's a lot of unattached kids, right? Not everybody, as you rightly say, is interested in business or finance or all that kind of, shebang. Not everybody can do that, right? Who was it? Ozzy said electrical. They need to put more skills training. Skills training is what is paying in the US. They need to put Heart Trust NTA, different levels in the countryside so that more persons can access it. Fine, put the tourism section on the North Coast. Put the skills center in the center of the island. Make it more accessible.
You don't think we should have at least three institutions? Cornwall, Middlesex, and Surrey? And the bird I just called TikTok is the name of a county.
Absolutely. 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 But you have to think about funding as well. Look at what is happening with them repairing Cornwall Regional Hospital for, I don't know how many administrations they've been trying to repair that hotel and how much they've blown the budget. So you have to think about funding for it as well. And I don't think it would hurt for them to approach it on a regional basis if they don't have funding for it. It's okay, fine. You know what? Let's put together a fund. Heart Trust NTA, UE, is in other Caribbean countries and persons are going there. Let's put Heart Trust NTA not only throughout Jamaica more accessible, as you said, in the 3 different counties, but also in other Caribbean islands to make it more profitable, more revenue driven, so that more persons can be a part of it.
Agreed, Nate. So Ja asked a question, is that protective land? Okay, so to give you a little bit about this land, tell a little bit about the land. For example, in St. Anne, the parish we're from, Ja, it's rich in bauxite minerals, and a lot of bauxite mining happens in a particular part of that parish. Now, what happens is once them done dig out the land and mine out everything, the land is I'm not sure if it's given or sold to farmers, but farmers have the opportunity to farm this land, and that is where you get some good yams, ground provisions, right? I think if it's government owned land, I don't know, but I want to believe so, and I hope it is. This government owned land, if it is, I think will serve its purpose to encourage farming in young people. So as Nice was referencing, set up agricultural schools. They don't have to be huge schools, but set up agricultural schools on said land and teach the children about farming, the different types of crops, learning the agriculture, the science of agriculture. Go ahead, Nice. You can probably inform me there.
And you know what too? Okay, fine. If it's not in the budget, if it's not funding friendly for the next 5 years, how many schools are in these areas that are locked up after 3 o'clock? Yeah? So here's an opportunity where you offer a certification in agriculture and use these schools facilities that are already there.
Great idea. Great idea.
Well, yeah, the areas that are mined out by bauxite, the land is stripped of its nutrients. And the only thing they can do, the only thing I think that will grow in terms of farming product is, I think it's soybean oil and castor oil. And those are 2 things that we use as well in domestic food consumption. So it's something, I mean, and I've not seen it, I don't know what it looks like, but I've not seen it. I've not seen any signs of that being done in St. Anne, for example. I don't know if it's being done in other areas. I think Alcoa in Mandeville, they're a little bit more scientific and more meticulous in doing what they're doing. The ones in St. Anne, I'm not seeing that. I know what a castor bean, what do you call it? The castor oil tree looks like.
The plant, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the castor plant. I know what a castor plant looks like. I've seen the soybean plant. I don't see them in St. Anne, and that's the only thing that will operate along with ganja.
We have to say,
sorry.
cannabis are the natural herbs. I learned. But the cultural differences. We need a TikTok just for Jamaica where them not fly. We need a Caribbean TikTok because we understand what we are saying. We in the Caribbean, we understand that there is no seriousness to what we're saying.
The only reason I asked that question is if you have fertile land that you can grow, I appreciate everything that's being said. Do you have people there that can teach that?
Yeah, we have agricultural science teachers.
Because you have people that know science and then you have people that can teach. Sometimes the two aren't in the same.
Well, the two can work together, no?
Right. Because I don't think we can say the B word either. So
yeah. The B word is the other.
B-O-D-Y. I don't think we could say B-O-D-Y, so I'm gonna say frame.
I definitely agree with what you're saying, Jar. I think that all these, as part of the negotiation with these bauxite companies, it should be stipulated that they hire whoever they're hiring as their public relation persons needs to be like an agricultural teacher or has an agricultural teaching background, because as part of the marketing, they need to go out and ensure that the education of repurposing on the land, that they need to make sure that that is happening as part of their program. So definitely agree with what you're saying.
Does bauxite come back? I don't really know what it is, but once you extract it, it doesn't come back.
No. That's it. That is it.
So then the land there, I know I heard you say that it can be purchased. Maybe it's purchased. Is that a yes or no?
If it's purchased by who?
From farmers or people
know.
in the
We don't know.
Right, because I'm thinking maybe the people that extracted these materials want to save that land for the future to do something else. That's another reason why the land is not being used.
No, so they get rid of it. So bauxite is what is used to make aluminum. Right. Aluminum is used to make what is used, right? Vehicles, zinc, all those kind of things, right? So it's like when you have a flower pot on your patio, and you keep that plant in that pot. After a while, the soil becomes depleted because the plant has extracted all the nutrients out of it. So that's what the bauxite companies, they do. They extract all the nutrients and minerals out of that soil. So then it's no longer palatable. I don't know whatever the term is. So it's mined out.
Viable.
Yeah.
It's no longer viable.
No, yeah, it's mined out. It's all the minerals and all the nutrients of it is gone. So grass will not grow that readily. Trees won't grow that readily. Crops won't grow that readily on it because it has no nutrient. So they would have to till it and add nutrients to it to make it come back. But
gotcha.
That's what I was investigating it, and I saw where those three things that I mentioned, those are the only three things. As with the you remember there was this storm in Japan, and that energy source got damaged, the reactor got damaged, and it damaged the area around it, and they banned everybody from going around it due to those levels. Right. That's the same thing that is happening with that soil right now. So they're saying that they mentioned that the M1, that it's doing well over there.
Okay.
It's like it's repurposing the soil. It's adding back nutrients to the soil. So they did an article on it, and I'm like, wow, okay, fine. We probably need to do the same thing with the minor lands here to kind of bring them back.
Okay. We have a lot of great ideas stemming from this conversation. It's a pity that we're not able to go in depth. And I think what we need, and we're going to get there eventually, is the bringing on of the experts. And then again, Jad, this is where science and training, the ability to teach comes, right?
Yes.
Right. So it's working together. When I was in high school, my agricultural science teacher, he's not my neighbor, and it's so funny. He has the training, he has the science, and he worked for one of the when he left the high school where I was attending. He went to work for one of the bauxite companies. Now, right there, that's a well-rounded individual, in my opinion. Someone whom the government can use to teach in different capacities, to encourage in different ways, because he understands the bauxite business, he understands the farming, he understands the science. And yes, we do have professionals there. Another thing that we can explore, right? In places, for example, where you may have land, but it is not nutrient rich, the soil isn't nutrient rich, and it may be too costly to pump nutrients into the soil. Let's explore, get more involved with what you call hydroponic gardening. That's another way to use up land space. We go vertical, right? You don't have no dirt to deal with. And that in and of itself, in my opinion, should be able to allow us to sustain ourselves, provide for ourselves.
Let me draw back on good old York Castle.
Yes, good old York.
And our teacher, Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers, I think, but back in the days we had space. So what is now the auditorium?
Yes.
I think just above it used to be a chicken farm. So as part of the agricultural program, all students, imagine me and egg farm lady, all kids, male and female, everybody had to grab a bag of chicken poo, and walk from point A to point B, tears in eyes and all. And it was an experience. And I think the hydroponic farming, definitely, along with a chicken farm, no matter how small it is, if it's just for exposure purposes, it should be in every school so that kids can see it and take turns in understanding how to do it, what it entails and that kind of thing. But the hydroponics farming, there are several large factories several large farms throughout Jamaica, covered and uncovered. Yes, throughout St. Anne, I've been to a few in St. Elizabeth and in Mandeville, and there's two specifically in St. Anne that I've also visited. So when I go on, that's my tourism trip. I don't go to hotels and beaches. Well, of course I do beaches, but yeah, I go and visit these farms and see what they're about and see, is it something that I can do a small portion of in my yard, that kind of thing. Right. When I introduced it to my father, his perspective is, I don't know what they're putting in a chemical that they're putting in the water. Why is the plant growing? It's just not natural for him. So it may be the point, it may be also other persons may see it from that point of view, because when you look on it, it is perfect. You can't tell hydroponics Jamaica different from an imported product.
Right.
You can't.
Yeah.
But is it nutritious? Hey, I don't know.
Okay, moments.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, we're touching a lot of points here, but just some stuff I want to highlight, right? And I will go back to the Morris Bishop regime during the Grenada Revolution time. And because these things was done already, they are not revolutionary ideas now, just a matter of implementing them. Now, if you're looking at dealing with farmers, one of the biggest things is market. You have to provide market. If there is a steady market, farmers will even take a reduced price to know that they could, because a lot of time in the Caribbean, people produce stuff and have problems selling it, right? One of the ways they solve besides the market, one of the ways they provided support was through, they had what they call the Productive Farmers Union. So as a farmer, you was able to register through the union, and just like how you have other professions, you are a farmer. You understand? And you get, so through the union, you got training, you got access to extension officers. That's where the science and all the stuff come in. You will link to the farm school, that you had a farm school to work with people with different crops, husbandry, whatever it is. But not only that, what was really pivotal is that in farming, especially in the Caribbean sometime or anywhere else, input. The farmer have to spend money to put input into the land before he can have a harvest. Okay, he or she can have a harvest, and oftentimes that is a limiting factor. So through the union and these organizations, what they do is they provide things like fertilizers, pesticides, and equipments and stuff that the farmer would use. So as a farmer, once you had the land, it is easy for you to get your crop up and going, seeds, stuff like that. When you harvest it, I think they used to buy back some of the stuff, and a percentage of the sale goes towards your bill. So it's like a line of credit. As you pay, you have access to it and so on. And that is one way. Another incentive they did was give farmers 100% duty-free vehicles. So as a farmer, if you're bringing in a farm vehicle, whether it's a van, a truck, whatever it is you're using to farm, you got 100% off it. And that addressed now the same issue that Ozzy was talking about, where people look down on farmer. So then you had farmers now with brand new vehicles because it was cheaper, and they go into the farm and stuff. So they start to look differently in the eyes of people. So I'm saying these are some of the stuff we could do along with the marketing and national importing board that ties into the union and ties with the farmer and the land use and so on. And I'm saying the hydroponics and stuff is fine, but I still think there is enough room for us to exhaust the traditional farming. And as Nis said, we're not sure exactly what they put in these solutions because we don't create the solution for hydroponics. And I'm not saying we cannot do it, but we don't do it right now. So exactly what it is they're giving us in those solutions, what it is we are ingesting. If we're going to do that, I suggest we could explore how we could come up with those solutions.
Right.
But I'm saying in the traditional sense, if you make farming like that, it is more attractive. In school, I know we had agricultural science. Everybody may not do agricultural science. But in my primary school, in my secondary school, we all had a school garden. And there was a period when your class was in the garden. So these are stuff, just the same way they had woodwork and as he said, electrical stuff. And there are children who gravitate to those things at an early age. So then you could start to specialize people early, because you see, okay, that child is not even attending in class, but the minute time you put them in woodwork, they're the best thing. Don't waste the child time in doing academics. You teach them the maths, the English, the basics that they need, because every child needs the foundation. Outside of the foundational classes, you don't need to teach them anything else. Let them go into woodwork and let them specialize. And then you could, because you know he will be a woodworker that might have his own shop and stuff, that's when I teach him things like doing some basic balance sheet and income and expense and how to cost jobs and stuff. So all that could be in this program when he go into like the Vocational Institute. But I'm saying these are all, it's a host of stuff we can do as a collective to really change our trajectory without even having to put in too much into it.
Yeah. All right.
All
right. Thank you, everyone, for that robust conversation. AI. Okay. ROBUST is a word. Okay. Just in case you decide to split up the word. Lord have mercy. This may come down to. AT asked a question on YouTube. Why is spelling a word okay, but you can't say it? AI can spell also. Oh, pick up. But yes, we had a robust conversation. We're hoping folks listening are able to take the information and pass it on to the relevant authorities. I'm sure across the region, as was, well, let me reiterate rather than say I'm sure. There are countries who are already implementing some of these things that we have spoken about. If your island is not yet on board, let us see how we can encourage them to do so. There is enough knowledge and experience throughout the region. We don't have to go outside. There is enough there are enough resources within the region for us to be able to bounce ideas, learn techniques, so on and so forth, from each other, embark on that. And again, the ultimate goal is to be self-sufficient, right? And this current landscape that we have to navigate with all the external threats that are coming towards us that will inadvertently affect our economies, we have to know how to diversify. We have to know how to be self-reliant. We have to know how to pivot, pretty much. All right. Okay. We on pins and needles with the words. I'm telling you, the whole sewing kit, thread lightly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Want to say thank you to everyone listening online, qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play, janoradio.com, the nonstop party vibe station, and madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. Also, thank you to everyone watching with me here on YouTube. And thank you to everyone with me on TikTok. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the engagement. And thank you for sharing. Don't forget to continue to share and tap up and go on with a self on TikTok. All right. Next up, government's stance. Government stance on Cuba's medical missions will serve national interest, according to the senator. And this article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. We also have a sound bite for it, so I'll go ahead and get that loaded up. Government Senator Marlon Morgan has sought to assure Jamaicans that whatever foreign policy position is taken by the Holness administration on Cuba's medical missions will be in the best interest of the country. The Trump administration has vowed to impose, I wonder if I should change it from the Trump administration to the current administration. The current administration has vowed to impose visa restrictions on public officials in countries that participate in Cuba's medical labor export program. Um, the current administration's State Department says the decision is part of a broader effort to curb what it calls the forced labor practices of the Cuban government. Speaking on Monday on Cliff Hughes Online, Senator Morgan says the Prime Minister will always act in the country's best interest. Let's take a listen.
Kingston has not yet expressed a position. The Prime Minister speaks in the budget debate on Thursday. We have a Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Minister who is essentially our point person, separate and apart from the Prime Minister, on matters having to do. As you know, the Andrew Holness that we know is a conscientious, principled person. He is a seamless operator, and whatever he does is always principled and with Jamaica's best interest in mind. As we move around the community of nations, being a friend to several states, the United States included and Cuba included.
Cuba's overseas medical missions operate in several Caribbean countries, including Jamaica. Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, and Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, have indicated they would be willing to lose their U.S. visas in order to defend the Cuban program. Senator Morgan says there is no disparity in the payment a Cuban national working in Jamaica receives compared to a local in any industry.
The Jamaican government, based on this our policy, when we recruit and bring in any service provider, for example, a teacher or a doctor or a nurse, the rate at which these various workers are paid is the same. We do not have a scenario in which we pay X to Cuban doctors or nurses, but Y to ours. We have an equitable and essentially a level playing field where remuneration is concerned. So that's just to be clear.
That was Marlon Morgan, government senator. Mr. Morgan, we read between the lines. We can read, not READ. But READ, yeah, we can read. What exactly is the stance? I don't hear, and probably I am missing it. I have not heard it. But what has been the emphatic stance on this matter? I hear a lot of go round, come round, turn so go down there so and come up back there so.
The allegation was they are being exploited and they're not being paid, and something about car trafficking. Okay.
Right. The movement of cars, car movement.
A lot of car movements, right? So he has been strategic in his response in saying that none of that is happening. So it's a case where if you ask me specific questions, I'm going to respond to your specific questions and nothing more. And that, I think that's what that was.
Yeah, but what about the looming threat? No response to that and the stance that you will take.
But he did say that he's going to do what it takes to protect Jamaica and its citizens.
But what does that mean? You see, like how Gaston Brown emphatically stated. You see how Ralph Gonsalves emphatically stated. You see how Mia Motley unequivocally, emphatically stated. They made their positions. You didn't have to hold on there. Am I hearing what I'm hearing? You don't have to if, but, nor suppose. Why can't we if, but, nor suppose in our position?
My prime minister is very diplomatic and strategic in his responses, and he has allowed for a platform for negotiations or discussions, bilateral discussions to happen. He has gone as far. Well, Marlon Margonet, he has gone as far as to replace his ambassador, right, and replace it with somebody new. So I guess he's allowing that person time to go meet with the relevant persons. I actually posted something this morning. It's very sad the way in which they do it, but it's how it's for us to respond to it. You see, like how the African person responded when they made the ambassador to US, the African person to the US, they made him persona non grata. You see how he responded?
Yeah.
You saw how his president or prime minister, whatever it is that he has, you saw how his boss responded? I was so impressed. That is how my prime minister would respond, because he's going to do his investigation first
and foremost. And I know Tufton did come out and said there was no such thing going on, right? That everything is being done above board. There is no mistreatment, ill treatment, none of that.
He said there's no such proof, which as a person that would trigger me to dig even further. Lord have mercy.
Boy, I can't wait for mango time. Me no drink coffee, tea, mango time. Hey. Diplomacy is a hell of a thingy. They have a saying, you have to take time, draw your hand out a land mount. At the same time, I get it. You cannot somebody have to be peeping over the fence and see what's going on.
That part. Okay. That part.
Or
we need receipts. We need receipts.
Or could it be a situation where we are protecting our individual personal in agendas? Because we know, let me go around the bush and talk. Right? Me need to go to diplomacy school. Me like that sometimes. The rebel within. A lot of folks are concerned about the detachment that may come about when it references their personal portfolio. And included in the portfolio, if you open up the portfolio, you'll find real estate investments. You'll find children going to schools overseas because, you were not good enough. And it's important that their children get an education outside of Jamaica versus the University of the West Indies. So we have to protect those interests. And it may sometimes come across as though we're protecting the interests of our country and our people when really and truly at the forefront of it, itself. And I hope that's not the case in this situation. I sincerely hope that it is a real vested interest in the people of our country, right? And that the diplomatic engagement will continue. We hope that it will bring about an amicable resolution for all parties. And when we talk about all parties, we're talking about the Caribbean region, because what we don't want is a standalone presence, if you know what I mean, right? We can't have group A and then you have this individual. No, everybody has to be on the same page when we approach. By the way, when is the conversation to be had? Do we know when the conversation is supposed to be with? It's supposed to be sometime this month. And I am deeply interested in hearing the outcome. And I want to see if it is going to be a unified approach or if you're going to have group A and then we over Yasso. That's it. Oh, by the way, not only group A, not only you have the big group over there. So I'm interested in hearing what's gonna happen with our South American friend, Irfan Ali. We already saw what happening with Briseño, right? We saw the recognition of Briseño and how things are being handled over there in Central America, and we're talking about Belize. Yeah, that article yesterday tell me everything I need to know as it relates to their stance. Will they align themselves with Group A over there in the East? Yeah, in the East. I wanna say, Mr. President, I think you did say, and James did say, Uno feels Ali because of the resources they have leverage and some amount of clout. I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical. And especially since him just come from Houston. He just returned from Houston. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Madonna, do your thing. All right, Crawford outlines 1 degree per household plans, and this article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. Opposition spokesman on education, Senator Damian Crawford, says it's the mission of the Next People's National Party, PNP, administration to ensure every household in Jamaica has at least one person who holds a university degree. He was speaking at the Open Southeast St. Elizabeth constituency office on Sunday.
With education. I said to you, the support, the freedom to achieve starts with education. I said to you, the supporters of the PNP, you can't say power if you don't say knowledge, because knowledge is power. And so that freedom to achieve starts with the PMP's proposal for 1 degree per household. When we get power, the first child in every family to get into the university will receive a scholarship from the government so they can afford their university. And the change in our society is dependent on people having that level of degree. The things that affect our country are not seen in the main in households with degrees.
Senator Crawford also spoke to the party's proposal made by its spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson, to provide at least 1 nutritious meal per day to needy students at the primary and high school level.
To achieve that 1 degree per household, we will ensure that every child in school get 1 lunch per day because you have children in school cannot focus because they're hungry. I tell you that I teach mathematics, and when I say the area of a circle is pi r square, some picnic no hear nothing but r square. Him only left a pi. Him hungry to the point that when you say pie, him say what kind of pie? Pecan pie, apple pie. What kind of pie? Hershey pie. Him no hear nothing but square. So we say 1 meal per child per day in school.
Senator David Crawford, opposition spokesman on education. Meanwhile, PNP standard bearer in Southeast St. Elizabeth, Norman Scott, says he intends to transform the area into a model constituency.
The man who is squatting in the constituency now, that don't worry, you can send out all who you want to send out to take down my billboards, because I am here to stay and I am coming to replace you, because the people said for 9 years they haven't seen anything that you have done for this constituency. Well, comrades, I'm coming with the vision to move this constituency a different level, a level where this constituency will be a model constituency in Jamaica.
That was Norman Scott, PNP standard bearer in Southeast St. Elizabeth. By the way, has the PNP said anything about the $3 trillion that is unaudited? That's off on a tangent there. So let's go back to the article. Let's start at the top. Opposition spokesman on education, Senator David Crawford, says it's their mission for every household in Jamaica to have at least one person who holds a university degree. What I would have preferred to hear, Mr. Crawford, is that every household in Jamaica has every young person qualified in some way, shape, or form, armed, whether it's with a university degree, a certification, something that makes them employable, valuable, contributing members of society. Also, I don't know if he said it at the address, but I have concerns. We are going to be giving them these degrees and then them board plane and gone left Jamaica. So that leaves us at square one. What are we going to put in place? What systems are we going to put in place to see to it that after we have provided this university degree, there is some payback in terms of service to country? Are they going to be lured away? And if they are desirous of leaving, are we going to have a system in place where they must pay back the value of the degree that was earned because they are not turning around and, helping to build up their country? Am I being unreasonable? I just want a little change to what he's advocating for. I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I would have said I don't see it happening. I said that because I don't see the PNP going back in power. I'm not beat that. I'm not gonna go on and the bush and whatever. As it stands right now, and we're not saying the JLP is the perfect solution. We're not saying that at all. But right now, as it stands, I don't think I have seen sufficient evidence that would sway the voters and them come out victorious in September. September, no? That's me. We have a few people. It's a shame that Lisa Hanna has stepped aside. The few that I see within the PNP, this gentleman here, Damian Crawford. Who else we have? Miss few, but who else we have? Let me know in the chat, please. Who else do we have on the PNP side? Hershey pie. Hold on there. Lexi Moments, mention it today. Yeah, Biden Alexia. Alexia is with us on YouTube. So All right, going back to what I was saying. Do we agree that we should just limit it to at least one person having a household degree, or one person per household having a university degree? Or should the mission, the effort be to have all young people qualified in some way? Does it have to be a university degree? What if the people don't want a university degree? They want a trade and they want certification in that trade. Go right ahead, please.
Why is education treated as a luxury? India, which has the highest population of poverty, they have the most educated persons, I think, in terms of their immigration population. I can imagine what is going on there. The same for Cuba, the same for Russia, right? So let's think about all these, should I be even calling their names? But there are a lot of countries where they're not the richest countries, but for some reason they're able. Okay, let me not go global. Let me go within the Caribbean. How is it that Barbados is able to offer free education for its citizens up to university level, and we're barely struggling? And I guarantee you, our revenue is a whole lot more than theirs, and we are struggling to feed our kids up to primary school. So where are our priorities in terms of, stop treating education as a luxury, but something that if you educate, the more persons you educate and they go away, you educate the next generation that is coming in. Everybody can't fly out. You educate the next generation. You educate and just keep on doing that. Because right now, if you and I have the opportunity, where are we going? If we win the lotto right now, where are we going? Really? But most of us, if we win the lotto and we are financially secure, home is where the heart is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think they need to stop treating education as a luxury. Yes, it costs money and the money needs to come from somewhere. Hey, let's find out what Barbados is doing and copy that.
Not only Barbados, there's another island that we spoke about too.
See?
Was it your country, Mr. President? Was it a couple weeks ago we had the article where one of them, where they're going to be, yes, it was Grenada, where they're going to get education free right up until university. Also, the bus system, free school buses or free buses that will carry students, wherever you want to put it. Or let me reword that. Buses provided for children to travel for free transportation. Why am I sounding the third right about that? Free transportation. No, sir, Mr. President. So what are we doing wrong in Jamaica? We know what's going on. We know what has been going on. And it's time for it to stop. We have to change our culture. Move away from self first to people first. You see, if we get in the habit of putting people first and changing the cycle that has been there, we will see a vast difference. Opportunity for all. I agree with you, Mr. President. I agree. And I agree with you as well. Niece, education is a right. It is not a privilege. Quality education should be made available to every child. Now, if a parent decide that they want to look at extra and they want to send them to picnic or private school, now that is their decision and them pay for that. But we should have a system where all the schools are up to par. As Mr. Crawford said in his speech, not supposed to hungry. Pi R squared. All them here are the R squared. Them not hear the pie. Them I think about apple pie, Hershey pie, pecan pie, all kind of pie. He has a point there as well. And for far too long, this has been an ongoing issue. It is time to put a stop to this. And whether it's PNP or JLP or no matter, are the same problem. Same way we talk about certain problems here in the US. That it don't matter what administration is there. These issues are ongoing. It is each administration's responsibility to see to it that things are fixed once and for all. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Moments.
Yes, Mr. President.
When you come to education in Jamaica,
Hey, Mr. President. You have your money, you can get education.
I'm not trying to find out the problem. Jamaica is not a poor country, Caribbean standard,
No,
right?
no. We're first world country,
So
you know.
I don't understand why education is such a big headache. Jamaica could afford to give free education and free meals and stuff like that. Because you're doing good. You're doing better than most Caribbean islands, at least on the books.
Mr. President.
So I don't understand why this is such a, like, this is some kind of big Herculean task that, you know, you have
We are going with
to.
that big word about Hercules.
No, it's just, this is simple to me. Given Jamaica's standing, proper education and free education shouldn't be such a big deal. I don't think.
Okay,
I know it costs some money, but I don't think that should be such something that is so that's seemingly so insurmountable.
Mr. President, can I read you something real quick and then you carry on? Let me read something for you. The first article we had this morning, right? Talking about the USAID. The first paragraph of the article said USAID, particularly through USAID, has a complex and sometimes sinister history of involvement in foreign nations, often blurring the lines between humanitarian assistance and meddling political influence. And let's go down a little further, where it says since its inception in 1961, USAID has been a tool of American foreign policy, providing aid to countries aligned with US interests during the Cold War and beyond. This so-called soft power is evidenced in the fact that while USAID has undoubtedly contributed to global development and disaster relief, here comes the kicker, it has also been used to shape political outcomes in recipient countries. Now, remember when I said, and I've been saying this all along, that I am convinced, and the more I step back and I look at the situation under a microscope, Mr. President, is the more I'm convinced that we are being told how to operate. Hence, the reason there is stagnation, no fixation in certain areas. Go ahead, Mr. President. Oh, Mr. President.
But Michael Manley, way back in Manley time, he was looking at trying to institute free education. If I'm not mistaken, you know how far we came since then. You know how far Jamaica have come development wise since then.
I don't think he did. No. Hold on, let me see.
I can't remember the exact. I think he did, but I don't want to be misquote him or misquote the statistic. But I mean, this baffles me. Jamaica and education, and it's the same reason why I said even the structure in Jamaica is good. So the grades these days does not align to Jamaica's structure as an education, the education system in Jamaica. So something is wrong with the implementation, the resources allotted, and don't tell me you don't have proper teachers and stuff. You have a lot of bright people in Jamaica. Some of them too bright.
Oh, let me read something else for you again. While primary and
secondary,
while primary and secondary education in public schools in Jamaica is technically free, parents still face the costs for uniforms, books, transportation, and other expenses, which can be a significant burden, especially for low-income families. So primary and secondary education, the Jamaican government provides free primary and secondary education in public schools. However, parents still need to cover costs for uniforms, books, transportation, and other school-related expenses. And these costs can be substantial, potentially hindering access to education for low-income families. Tertiary education is not free and requires tuition fees. The cost of higher education can be a significant financial barrier for many students. Financial aid. The government offers financial aid programs to help students afford tertiary education.
These programs include scholarships, bursaries, and grants. Now, when we talk about private schools, of course, we have a plethora of them. Private schools in Jamaica charge tuition fees. Tuition can range from $500 to $1,500 US per term. So, what are some of the challenges we have? A major issue in Jamaica is the lack of access to high school for many children due to the costs associated with education. Many families struggle to afford school fees, books, transportation, and other expenses, Mr. President. Mhm. We want you educated, but there are
We get
hindrances. Go ahead.
we get grant funding from multiple locations. And like I said, if you put Barbados and Jamaica side by side, starting with population, right? Look at them side by side, then move on to revenue from taxes, then move on to GDP, and see if they can do it. I'm not saying we can do it overnight, right? I'm saying that there is a potential for this to happen where we divert whatever percentage they're using, we need to allocate the same percentage, right? Now, we had it good in terms of class sizes back then. We had teachers who actually showed up and who had a vested interest in us. Now we have kids leaving high school and 2 years of college going into our classroom. So it's kids teaching kids and all kind of chaos is happening inside there, right? But going back to what I had said, they need to have teaching schools, and it's something that they need to keep filled. They need to make an effort, more effort, to keep these colleges and universities filled with teachers and nursing and all these different areas, specialties, so that there's always a level of these persons are always in the market. Every year, these persons are coming out. And that they're able to train, they can train while they're in school so that when they come out, right, they're understanding somebody while they're in school so that when they come out, or it's part of the curriculum that they do 2 years mentoring with a hospital or with a clinic or with a school or with a police station, so that when they're finished their program, they can walk straight into a job. They know that the security is there for them to do a job. And the things that they're complaining about, I'm sure most of them are fixable, right? Definitely, we need to fix the disciplinary system in schools because a lot of parents are using schools as a daycare for their kids. And I go back to that one kid who was rebelling against the school, calling on Andrew Holness, calling on Ministry of Education because he didn't want to cut his hair. All because he didn't want to cut his hair. He was calling all kind of hells on people on social media because he was told by the principal that he needs to go have a haircut. So the disciplinary system in the schools in Jamaica, definitely. The disciplinary system in society definitely has to be fixed because this is what the kids are emulating and going into the schools with it. And the teachers don't have the income for it and tolerance for it. They do not. Right? That they need to fix. The class sizes back in the days was 20 persons to a classroom, 25 tops. Now we're looking at 45 kids stacked into one classroom. What are they going to learn?
There's no room for one-on-one.
Yeah. And then you're given the same 30 minutes to reach to those kids for a subject. What? How? How? Apart from read this, read that, write on a blackboard. This is your homework, and you're moving right along.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to have 1 or 2 questions that's going to take 5 or 10 minutes.
So what you're explaining ties in with what Mr. President was saying. Ineffective. Our education system is not working the way it ought to. It's a good system. It's just not functioning.
Yeah, it's just, it has the potential to be developed into something that it should be. And it will take time, but they have to start.
Yeah, start them up. Let's hope they'll fix it. Let's see.
Even if the PNP doesn't have the opportunity to get in to become the sitting administration later on this year, I would strongly recommend it's incumbent upon this current administration, if they are re-elected, that they work alongside with the PNP and take the ideas and see how they can implement and see to it that we have a Jamaica that is reasonable for all. Yeah. Um, you're right. If Barbados and Grenada can do it, I think there's another island. Lord of mercy, may I mash up the people them things. If they can do it, I think Jamaica is more than capable of doing it. You mentioned Lord of mercy, folks. I'm mashing up the place here. You mentioned things fall apart, no?
Yeah.
You mentioned the funding that can't be found, or I'm sorry, that's unaudited.
The audited, unaudited money that can be fun. Those other two nations that we're comparing, do they have those issues?
Does
We
your
have.
country that have that issue, Mr. President, of unaudited funds or up to par? Probably we can learn a thing or two from Grenada. I don't know. Barbados, we probably can learn a thing or two. I don't know.
I doubt it because we would have had news stories.
I think Grenada just implementing for college and university. Okay, well, them find it in the budget to be able to accommodate that, to facilitate that, no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
All this heap of money that's come in, no, we don't have the budget crowd. All this heap of money that we're flaunting over in Jamaica, let us put it to good use. All right? That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's find it first.
You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. They're wrong for that. Oh boy. On over here on YouTube, we have some comments. Lexi says, why can't we take a page out of China's book? If they change their teaching style, it can work. It's an old system. We have new age children and they are using an old age system. 80 says, I knew a family where the mother made the oldest child teach its siblings the subject. The reason was to see that he grasped the subject and to familiarize his siblings on the subject. The siblings had an easier time in the coming grades. Here's the thing. What I find with some of the teachers, you see, me now, me learn the old school way. Them have some new style. Let's take math, for example. They want the children to learn the new style maths. The answer the same, you know. And if the picnic come up with the answer but show the old school way of doing it, they have a problem with that. And I have a problem with that. Why are we limiting? There's what them call it a million ways to skin a. Can I even say this to skin a cat? Right? There are a million ways to address a situation, to come up with an answer. Certain things, yes, we know, hard and fast rule, but there are alternative ways of coming up with solutions. When you tell a child, no, yes, the answer may be right, but that is not how you do it. What are you telling that child right there? What are you stripping away from them? You're telling them not to, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, you're telling them not to explore alternatives. What if you come across a situation in life where what you were taught, and I'm not just talking about math now, anything, where what you were taught is not applicable? You're not able to have a breakthrough. But if you try an alternative way, guess what?
You have to learn to think outside of a box. That's one thing I stressed with my daughter. And when we came up on these math issues, because I showed her the old way, I was lucky enough, and I am lucky enough to have a family member who currently teaches math. So she showed her the new way because my daughter wanted to fight me. And even though I showed her the answer was the same, she didn't want to get in trouble at school because she's not doing it the way they want her to do it. And that was a struggle, because how do you teach your child to think outside of the box when they want your child to conform?
That
I
part.
think, and I think that's why a lot of our children are, I don't even want to say this word. I don't know if I can say, fighting against us. Yeah, I'll use that word.
Yeah, they're pushing back. They are being. It's not being rebellious. It's Yeah, I got you. Got you. Got you. All right. And that story wraps up our articles in the Caribbean corner. It is now time for us to move on to stories on the international scene. We have one for you. Teslas are getting torched in Berlin as surveys show Germans are deserting Elon Musk's car maker in droves. This one comes to us courtesy of yahoonews.com. In an affluent residential neighborhood of Berlin, 4 Tesla vehicles burned to a crisp in the early morning hours of Friday after unknown vandals set them ablaze. This latest act of arson to engulf CEO Elon Musk's cars is now being investigated by a special commission for its likely political move, and this is according to the city's police department. Symbolically, it's another blow to the complicated love affair between Musk and a country that is home to his only manufacturing plant in Europe, located less than an hour away from the crime scenes. While the 4 burnt cars are perhaps the most vivid manifestation of Germans turning their back, surveys suggest consumers in Europe's largest economy are deserting the brand over Musk's embrace of U.S. President for U.S. president and the populist far right. The correlation with Musk's behavior cannot be overlooked. That's according to the head of the Danish market research firm Caliber. His team has been polling Germans on their opinion of Tesla for months. In August, shortly after Musk endorsed the current president, 31% considered purchasing a Tesla as their next car. Well, that dropped to just 16% in January amid the inauguration and the scandal around the stiff armed gesture that was on display by Musk. That prompted comparisons to, of course, we know what kind of salute. February, however, showed a slight rebound to 20% on the to the paper on Monday.
Oh, so that's the reason he made the salute.
Hmm?
Was that the reason he made the salute? Black cap. Remember, he did the
Yeah,
thing
but
with
I
his
don't
hand.
understand what is the reason why when he was dipping or because he rebounded a little bit.
The people trying to get backing from certain people. Because you said in this article, if I'm understanding it correctly, it fell during.
When did he make this? Did do the hand gesture?
It wasn't it like right after they won. So maybe he was trying to bring them back into the fold to say, "I'm with you, so stay with me."
And then after he did the hand gesture, he fell.
So it was after.
He fell. Okay, his thing started to decline after even more rapidly after he did the
Oh,
hand gesture.
after the salute. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have bigger problems to solve. Um,
I think I'm confusing countries then, because you just spoke about Berlin.
right, Germany. That's where he went and did the hand gesture because he was trying to get involved in their business.
But wasn't Germany on the side of the H-man?
and they've moved away from that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. They
I'm
have.
I'm back in the fold now. I'm back in the fold now. Okay. You can go on. Okay. We don't even need to. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay. Women's History Month. Hold on 1 second here. Amen to that. Okay, so it is Women's History Month. Hold on 1 second here, folks. Let me add something to the stage over here on YouTube. All right. So we're honoring 5 inspiring women, and we didn't get to do our History Month because I got irritated yesterday. Inspiring women who changed. Did we do this yesterday? I never remember. Did we cover?
No, we didn't get to
We
it.
didn't get to it yesterday. Okay, thank you. Thank you for, because it's, the head gone, yeah. All right, so inspiring women who changed the world. First up, Anna May Wong, 1905 to 1961. Despite dealing with racism that plagued her career, Wong is still considered Hollywood's first ever Asian American movie star. Her talent earned her roles in over 50 domestic and foreign films, and she was also the first Asian American to star in a TV show. The Dumont Television Network's The Gallery of Madame Leon's Song, a year before her death, she was honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and was the first Asian American woman to receive one. In 2022, the US Mint began producing quotas with Wong's face, part of the American Women Quotas program to honor her life. You can learn more about her in the documentary Anna May Wong in her own words. Next up, Margaret Thatcher, 1925 to 2013. Becoming the first female Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 1979, Margaret Thatcher bravely led Britain through some of its toughest years. Although a divisive leader, her work with President Ronald Reagan during the Cold War is still remembered decades later, as well as her move to privatize many state owned companies and her refusal to negotiate with trade unions. Thatcher's legacy may be a mixed bag, but her time as Prime Minister had undoubted influence on modern British politics and contributed to London's powerful role as a worldwide financial capital today. Thatcher wrote about her experiences in the Downing Street years, The Path to Power, and Statecraft. Next up, we have Shonda Rhimes. Hold on a second. I have somebody else before I get to Shonda. Yeah, I knew there was somebody else before getting to Shonda. Bear with me one moment. Let me go back here. No. I thought my apologies. Sorry about that. Shonda Rhimes, 1970 to present. Shonda Rhimes is a famous and highly influential American television producer and screenwriter, best known for creating hit shows such as Bridgerton, Grey's Anatomy, and Scandal. She is praised for diverse storytelling and representation, both of which have changed television for the better. In an interview for Oprah Daily, Rhimes said, "We still comment when we see a woman of a different size on television. We still comment when a main character is a little bit older than we're used to seeing, or if somebody is differently abled. We still comment on somebody of a different ethnicity. It's not the norm. But in the real world, that is the norm. You look around and you see people of all kinds. And right now, you don't see women of all kinds on television. Read Rhymes's memoir, Year of Yes, if you want to learn more about her. Tammy Duckworth, 1968 to present. Duckworth, the Illinois senator and retired National Guard lieutenant colonel, is responsible for an impressive list of firsts. She's the first Congress member to be born in Thailand, the first to give birth while in office, the first Asian American woman to represent Illinois Congress, and the first woman with a disability to be elected to Congress.
She lost both her legs following a helicopter attack in the Iraq War. People always want me to hide it in pictures, she told Vogue in 2018. I say no. I earned this wheelchair. It's no different from a medal I wear on my chest. Why would I hide it? Read Duckworth's memoir, Every Day is a Gift Here. And we have one more for you. Where did I put her? Here she is, Rita Moreno, 1931 to present. Rita Moreno is a Puerto Rican American singer, dancer, and actress who has paved an important path for women, especially women of color, in the entertainment industry. She is one of few and the first Latinx person to have won an EGOT, an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony Award. Not to mention, she also broke barriers as the first Latinx woman to win an Oscar. In 2004, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President George W. Bush. Learn more about Moreno in the documentary Rita Moreno, Just a Girl Who Decided to Go For It. All right. So those are the first five we're covering. Tomorrow we'll cover another five inspiring women. All right. Thank you for all that you have all done. Anna Mae Wong, Margaret Thatcher, Rita Moreno, Shonda Rhimes, and Tammy Duckworth. All right, next up, stories out of North America. Radars have been deployed to, let me change this here. Bear with me one moment, folks. Okay, so radars have been deployed to Mexico border to detect cartel drones. This article courtesy of TWZ.com. The U.S. Army is contributing ground-based radars to help spot and track drones as part of the continued buildup of U.S. military support along the U.S.-Mexican border. Cartels in Mexico, cartels in Mexico, have been steadily increasing their use of weaponized uncrewed aerial systems, as well as unarmed types of surveillance and smuggling. I don't know if I can say the words, but they're in the news articles. There are also growing concerns about the threats drones pose to the U.S. homeland, especially military bases and other critical infrastructure. The Department of Defense released pictures earlier showing members of the Army's 10th Mountain Division based at Fort Drum in New York State training with the AN-TPQ-53 and AN-MPQ-64 Sentinel radars in Arizona. The 10th Mountain Division is one of a number of units from across the U.S. military that has sent personnel and material to support the enhanced border security mission that kicked off after the president took office in January. Question: who remembers when the thing made its trek across the U.S. Before being detected? Anybody remembers? Was it a balloon or what was it? Some device that floated across from the west coast all the way to the east coast before it was detected. How was that allowed to happen? How effective will these drones be in the detection of the cartel drones? I think y'all know what I'm alluding to. Go ahead, Jack.
They pay attention to the things that are more important to them. There was or is a news story coming up. I'm not sure if it was this weekend or it happened the other night, because they were questioning someone in the military because a lot of those you can say drones?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of those drones have been noticed lately over all of our military what do you want to say?
I think there was a feature on Sunday night.
Okay, I remember hearing or seeing it in a commercial, and they were questioning, why was it happening? Why was it allowed? Why wasn't there?
It was Sunday night.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was on 60 Minutes, but
That must have been it, because I did watch 60 Minutes for I watched it for one part, and it had to do with the military band.
Yep.
And then I turned it off after that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And I didn't think he really gave an answer.
He didn't. I was like, huh? Yeah. Like they were speaking in code or not being transparent. Let me put it that way. And I get it. When we talk about the military, it's a sensitive area and they can't let on, so to speak. They cannot put on display the areas of opportunity.
But they do sometimes, because they'll take you in a hangar and say, this is this and this is that or whatever. I think they give out too much information at times and then don't answer when they should be answering.
Who knows? Who knows why they do what they do, why they take the approach they do,
But spending the time, I'm sorry.
No. My concern, Jack, is the relaxing of security measures.
Yes.
That's my concern. The relaxing of security measures and how it will affect us all, because we like to boast about national security. We like to impress upon folks the importance of national security, right? And I must say, at the end of the day, truth be told, we are a pretty safe nation.
While you're following those people, you're forgetting about the people that you should be protecting. I yield.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. You don't have to go any further. Yeah. In our next article, HUD Interior announces plan to use federal land for affordable housing. This article, courtesy of thehill.com, Department of Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner and Department of the Interior Secretary Doug Burgum announced on Monday plans to identify federal lands where affordable housing could be built. Turner and Burgum will launch the Joint Task Force on Federal Land for Housing to find underutilized lands for residential development and to streamline the process to transfer the lands for housing use. In an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, they prompted the plans as a way to increase the housing supply and lower costs for Americans. Working together, our agencies can take inventory of underused federal properties, transfer or lease them to states or localities to address housing needs and support the infrastructure required to make development viable, all while ensuring affordability remains at the core of the mission. The Interior Department oversees more than 500 million acres of federal lands, and the department argues much of it is suitable for residential use. I have concerns. Federal lands, are these areas necessary when we talk about our oxygen, the environment, the absorption of contaminants from the atmosphere? Because what I don't want us to do is go mowing down these trees to the detriment of our health. How about we start by looking at what structures we have that are empty? You know what I mean? And how about we have going to some negotiation with the parties that own these empty structures and see if we can work out something rather than cut down trees on federally owned land. Yeah. As I've said several times, I don't think we have a housing shortage per se. I think it's who owns the housing. Let me stop right there.
I agree with you because The energy around you is
Things fall apart. Yeah.
We had a abandoned school burned this weekend, and because they shut down a lot of schools and kind of moved kids to other areas. So what they were saying in the news was a lot of the children that still live in the area would go into the abandoned school and play and do things like that, and it wasn't safe. So their idea now is to just demolish the building when that building can be used for so many different things. I don't understand why they just want to tear the building down.
I don't agree with that either, Ja. Why didn't they refurbish? Because I have seen videos on YouTube of families who have purchased old schools, abandoned schools. They
Yes.
purchase them from the city and they retrofit them. They go in and they do a complete renovation to turn them into habitable spaces. I think that is something worth exploring.
Last year, when I was doing the volunteer work with the unhoused, we actually went into a school that was purchased and used now to house homeless people.
I don't know. Housing affordability was a top issue for voters in 2024, and President Trump and former Vice President Kamala Harris both had proposals to tackle housing costs. Trump at the time proposed a plan to cut unnecessary regulations that Republicans say raise housing costs and to promote home ownership through tax incentives. He had also argued during the campaign that cracking down on border crossings was a way to counter rising housing costs. So I didn't know that immigrants had something to do with the cost of housing. Well, you know what? Yeah, immigrants do have something to do with the cost of housing. They help build the houses for cheap, no? Because labor costs subsidizes in offsets the cost, right? Instead of paying somebody $25 an hour, you can pay them $10 an hour. So if you ask me, we had a robust housing development sector because of the cheap labor. Or am I missing something here?
Supply and demand. An immigrant comes in, well, maybe not so much from the Caribbean, but the immigrants come in and you'll find like a whole community of them living in one house, right? Until they get themselves grounded, then they expand into other homes. And they're working, as opposed to a lot of persons who are not working, who are on welfare, who they stay where they are. I mean, like now with the whole immigration thing, if you look around, you'll see more for rent signs in places you've never seen before. There's a lot more places for rent now that the immigrants are in hiding or have gone. Because how many millions of them are going to be affected? It's that million homes that are now going to be on the market. Or less than a million homes.
But hold on a second, Denise. I see down here, for example, yes, 20 of them will live in one house and everybody branch out. Hold on, I'm trying to put it together in my head. I know what I'm thinking, you know. They're all put together to afford the home, right? They all leave. Rent for a one, let's say 2-bedroom is roughly almost $3,000 here in South Florida, depending on if you want to be in a safe neighborhood. Not an upscale neighborhood, a safe neighborhood. Almost $3,000. You get rid of the immigrants. Who can truly afford? Can a family afford with 2 working adults afford that $3,000 a month? Versus 10 people being in that house, everybody paying $300 a piece. Or am I off here?
If he had said it was said that they were going to cut everybody off of these what you call it, where they're dependent on the state. They get the money from the state every welfare.
Programs.
They were going to cut everybody off of welfare. And if they do that, it forces them into the working population. And if it forces them into the working population, it then means that they're going to need somewhere to live eventually. The fact that the population increasing is on the decline is not a bad thing. It will give persons a time, or countries time, to catch up on housing. But also, or affordable, housing is not the issue. It's affordable housing, because then you have these corporate companies who are coming in, buying up all the affordable homes, and then putting on premiums on them to rent them to people who can't afford them, right? Because what they would want to offer as rent, the person who can afford that rent cannot easily get a mortgage and go buy a house.
So, Niece, I see some counterproductivity here. All right. So you force them to get jobs, right? So you get rid of the immigrants who are working for little. You force the Americans to go and work for the little, and trust me, them now go work for the little. But let us say they do work for the little. Them still can't afford the house. Them still can't afford the rent. So what happened then? The house went down empty? Or will it force the owners of these homes to drop the prices on the rent?
It's going to stay empty.
They're going to stay empty because you know what? The banks are not going to drop the mortgage rates.
Exactly. And they will wait until the specific people that they want to come live in an area move back.
Ah, boy. I see us spiting ourselves. Let me put it that way. I see us spiting ourselves. If I have a place for rent, I just want my rent. I just want my rent. Are we the only way? And let's be honest, the only way I see things working effectively, the way Americans want it to work, is if everybody is either A, paid a livable wage where they're able to pay their bills, put food on the table, put something away for savings. And if we're not going to increase the pay, when we talk about the federal minimum wage being $7.25, if we're not going to increase that or increase wages across the board for everybody, well, we have to bring down the cost of living across the board. We have to bring down rental rates. We have to bring down the interest rates that's applied to mortgages. We have to bring down insurance on properties. We have to bring everything down. Car payments. There was a time when a Honda Civic, sorry. I was going to say Accord, and then this is Civic. A Honda Civic, your car payment was less than $150 a month. Now a Honda Civic with good credit, at least a 700 credit score, is $500 a month. Your car insurance, depending on what state you're in, if you want proper car insurance, you're looking at $200 a month. How is that affordable? So it's one or the other. Lift up the people then pay, or bring down the cost of living significantly. But we can't have the cost of living where it is and expect people to survive and move in, because they could have built 10,000 affordable houses. If people at the end of the day can't put one and one together to afford it, you're going to have more empty houses. And you know what's going to happen eventually? More corporations going to come in and swoop them up. I don't know.
That's why they created a whole name for it. It's called gentrification. But you see, what you're saying is the 80s coming back into play with once people start having the conversation that you're having with themselves and with others, they will realize why the manufacturing, the whole manufacturing sector up and left the US, because our labor practices here and dialogue about labor and affordability of labor is an issue. And Uncle D has said he was going to remove income tax. Yes, that is excellent. Is that enough? Because as you rightly said, a car back then and now, the payments don't even make any sense. Not to mention the insurance, right? So until they meet with all these stakeholders and say, listen, you need to be more practical with your rate. Let's work together to make here habitable. We've picked a war with everybody in the world. So let's make an effort to make here livable and sustainable.
Yeah. Just said it's not gonna happen. Remove income tax from who? That's not gonna happen. All right, next up, let's see how that plays out. Next up, Toronto excludes Tesla from EV incentive due to US trade war. This one courtesy of MSN.com. And it was sourced from Reuters. Toronto is no longer providing financial incentives for Tesla vehicles purchased as taxes or ride shares due to trade tensions with the United States. That's according to the city's mayor, Olivia Chow, in a statement on Monday. The city is promoting the adoption of electric vehicles purchased as vehicles for hire by giving drivers and owners a reduction in licensing fees and renewal fees until the end of 2029 to help it lower emissions. But as of March 1, Tesla vehicles are no longer eligible for the incentives, Chow said at a news conference. The vehicles for hire, like taxis, will have to find a different kind of car, she told Reuters after the news conference. There are other electric cars they could purchase. The exclusion will continue until trade issues with the US are resolved. That not looking cute. Did you all hear about the what Marco Rubio walked in on? Allegedly. It's all over the news. I doubted it at first when I heard it, but yep, the wonderful Fox News carried it. Was a disturbing sight to see in the office to the O, the O office with with the best friends. Yep, with the best friends. No, solo. Just wishful thinking with the best friends. One was crying. But anyway. Yes, Jack. Whatever you're thinking, I saw it go.
Wow.
Fox News carried it, not me saying it. Fox News
I
carried
am
it.
going to look it up right now.
Yes. So you know how you would hold a baby in your lap and rock them? Well, and them cry. You know, for example, you remember when your daughter was young and she would come to you crying and you'd have her in your lap, whether you're sitting on the floor and you know she comes and you may be doing something, you're sitting on the floor doing something, and your beautiful daughter runs up to you, oh mommy, so and so and so, and you're like, never mind, darling, come, and you know, you rock her and you're like, stop the crying.
It didn't hurt that much. It's okay. It wasn't that bad. It's okay. It'll feel better next time.
Oh, the Rosola. Read Rosola question. Anyway, Harvard will be free for students whose families make $100,000 or less. So, according to NPR.org, Harvard University has expanded its financial aid program to make the university free or lower cost for students whose families earn less than $200,000, but the headlines are 100,000. Anyway, a move that comes in the wake of last year's Supreme Court ruling that banned race from being a consideration in the admissions process. So here are three things that you need to know. One,
Harvard outlined the income requirements for prospective students for the next academic year. So let's break it down. If a student's family makes less than $100,000 annually, the cost of attendance is free, including tuition, food, housing, health insurance, and travel costs. If a family makes $200,000 or less, tuition is free. Families that make more than that will still qualify to receive financial aid. So if a student's family makes less than 100,000 annually, the cost of attendance is free. That includes tuition, food, housing, health insurance, and travel. But if you make I'm gonna say 100,099 cents or up to 200,000, just the tuition is free. So it may not include food, housing, health insurance, and travel costs. All right. Um, Harvard also has a larger endowment than some countries' GDP. That's funny. Number two, the university described the move as a significant expansion of financial aid that will make Harvard affordable to more students than ever, especially from middle income families. The plan also includes a two-part startup grant for graduates to help with the transition to life after Harvard. Harvard sticker price for the 2024 to 2025 school year is an estimated $82,866 for undergrad students, according to the university's registrar. Does it really need to be that expensive, though? On a serious note, $82,000 for one school year? That does sound really dear per student for somebody paying out of pocket. Then imagine or multiply that by what, 2 or 3 for an international student. That's if we're going to have international students anymore. Imagine, wow, that's a heck of a bill. That is one big bill. Can you imagine 4 children are going to Harvard at the same time? Lord of mercy. Ah, a specific club, see me coming.
I saw that article and two things came to mind. Why are they doing that now? And two, I hope it's the kids who have gone ahead of them and who have graduated and who have benefited from the society of Harvard. I wonder if they're the ones that are contributing and giving back to society by doing this.
It's possible they get a lot of I guess they get a lot of funding from what as he said, they have a larger endowment than some countries. People are giving back, and I'll rest my case there. But it kind of hard when you can't say what you want to say sometimes. Feel like when you put a thing over one dog mouth to rot it. Well, across the U.S., niece, they're saying here that more than 100 universities have already adopted similar practices in order to diversify their student bodies. What I'm hearing from this is people of color equals low income. That's what I'm hearing from this. So as not to shut out people of color, they adopt this program. Or am I reading too much into it? Mr. President said I have a very strong alumni. More than 100 universities have already adopted a similar practice in order to diversify their student body. Okay. By saying that, aren't you you know what? Let me move on. Next, the current administration cancels program that paid Wisconsin farmers to grow food for pantries. I think this is another article. We've been hearing so much about these things going on. According to jsonline.com, over the past 2 years, Christy Allen sent around 3,000 pounds of honey to the St. Croix Valley Food Bank in northwest Wisconsin. Allen runs the Bee's Knees in Burnett County,
where she sells honey and bees and teaches beekeeping classes. She participated in the Wisconsin Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, which paid Wisconsin farmers to produce food for local pantries and other organizations working to combat hunger. Without the program, she said she could not have afforded to give that much honey to a food bank. She was paid $25,000 the first year and $15,000 the second year to do so. It wasn't just a financial win, it was a gratifying one too. She got a handwritten note from a woman across the state who had received her honey and wanted to express gratitude for Alan's hard work. Well, on March 7th, the U.S. Department of Agriculture terminated the program, which was part of a nationwide effort to support local farmers, feed under resourced communities, and increase the resiliency of the food supply chain. In the letter canceling the program, the USDA Deputy Administrator Jack Tuckwiller wrote that it no longer effectuates agency priorities. So, based on that, then I would strongly recommend to Mr. Tuckwiller that he advocate for persons who are low income earners that their salaries then be increased. I would implore you to advocate for those who are only able to find part-time work. Um, advocate for them. Tell companies to, put them on full-time status. When you're going to be removing something because it no longer effectuates an agency's priority, what are we putting in place? You can't remove without replacing because you're leaving a gap there. And that gap will only get wider and the problems will only grow and lead to extenuating circumstances. So it's all well and good you're saying we need to be more efficient with the funding that we distribute. Um, the hungry, there are people, do you know that there are people who are earning well above minimum wage, but just so that they're not sleeping in their cars, they do have to rely on food banks. Last year we spoke about people pulling up in their luxury vehicles to food banks. Don't assume that because a person is driving a luxury vehicle that them having it okay. They too, who felt comfortable within their income bracket because of the high cost, the inflation that is taking place, they have found themselves in a precarious situation. And it's all well and good to say, well, give back the vehicle. Well, guess what? Giving back the vehicle could have them have their credit affected. It's called voluntary repossession. I don't know why they call it voluntary repossession because it's the same implications as a regular repossession. You carry the vehicle back and give it to the dealer and say, I can no longer afford it. Guess what? Your credit takes a hit for it. So then you're not in a position when your credit takes a hit and you're trying to get a cheaper vehicle or more affordable car payments. Guess what? This repossession shows up on your credit and you're looked at as a risk. There is no incentive for a person to return the vehicle they already have. There's none.
And why return it when you can use said vehicle to now deliver mail, pick up food, deliver groceries? You can use said vehicle to acquire some income.
To supplement, not always a viable option for everybody. We have to look at family circumstance and situation, right? Okay, so I have the vehicle and I said, you know what? I may have young children. My partner is at work or the other parent is at work. I can't afford daycare. I can't take the children with me. So what do I do in that case? What do I do in that case? Leave them with a babysitter to go do a job to get the money to give to the babysitter, and I'm right back at square one. And that's what's happening, you know. There are people who get up, go to work, and the money just them probably get a check for $700 for the week. 500 of it goes to a daycare or into a babysitter's hands. How is that reasonable for somebody? So we need, and so I go back to what I'm saying. Raise people pay or lower the cost of living. Raise the pay so them can afford what is out there, or lower the cost of living. It's an unfortunate situation. Now, if a person who is an empty nester, no children, are now adults, moved on. Yeah, that person can definitely go and look into ways to subsidize their income. Not everybody, but some of them can. And we don't know what their limitations are, and so on and so forth. And yes, great point. What about areas with no real mass transit? So them giving up them vehicle is not a practical solution. We have to be mindful of that. Some people's vehicles are outfitted to facilitate their what's the word you use now? You know,
Disability.
their disabilities. Yeah. You can't ask them to give up their vehicle. I don't think it's right. Me personally, I think it's inhumane to take away access to food. There are certain things that are necessities, basic necessities in this thing called life. Food, clothing, shelter, water, air. Am I missing anything? Or those are not necessities?
And unfortunately, in this country, when you reach a certain age and you may have a home, but you're not getting any actual income coming in, when you go down to these places that are supposed to help you, what they want you to do, give up your home. You have a home.
Yeah.
Or if you have a couple of dollars in the bank, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You have too much assets.
Yeah. They want you to get rid of your savings. And when your savings is depleted, then you come back and ask for assistance. You have a house, go get a loan on the house. But I'm not of the age to work to repay the loan.
It's this crazy cycle we have. I don't understand it.
And in some states, do you know, let us say, for example, you have a 3-bedroom house, right? And you say, you know what? Let me Airbnb 2 of the rooms so I can make an extra income. If you do that and the city finds out you're doing that, there's a penalty because yeah.
Oh, yes. And then you don't know who you're letting into your home, too.
It's like you're caught between a rock and a hard place, literally. Literally.
Once they get a piece of mail addressed to that home can become theirs now.
We want solutions, right? But before we take something away, or yes, we are fully aware that there are gaps. We are fully aware that there are inconsistencies. We're fully aware that somewhere along the line there is waste. But to rip something away totally, I think that's harsh. That is harsh. Let us review the situation at hand. Let us see how we can make it more effective while scaling back. Don't just gut something. I think we have the wrong approach. If we have the right minds in place, there's a more effective way to handle things. I don't know.
you know. NYC says it moved 3,500 people out of homeless encampments, but just 114 into a shelter. This one, courtesy of gothamist.com. Let's read this article. The Adams administration spent $3.5 million clearing 2,300 unhoused encampments from public spaces between January 10 or January to September last year. This is according to new numbers released by the administration on Friday. But only 114 of the 3,500 homeless people displaced by the clearances were moved into temporary shelter, according to the data. No one was placed in permanent housing, according to the report. City Hall spokesperson William Fowler said the new reporting requirement doesn't tell a full story or consider when many people may go to shelter before or after a sweep. But let's be clear, we know there is still more work to be done. That is why Mayor Eric Adams announced an ambitious $650 million investment in his state of the city address to tackle street homelessness, including an additional 900 new safe haven beds to get more New Yorkers the help they deserve. Mayor Adams has been clear that there is no dignity in sleeping on the streets, and there is no moral superiority in just walking by and doing nothing. What's up, Ja? We see the look by your face. What's up? City officials say it takes several attempts to convince people living on the street to accept shelter. And with the city's vacancy rate hovering at 1.4%, housing options are limited. Obtaining more permanent housing solutions or housing vouchers also requires paperwork and identification and can't be done the same day on site, officials said. Go ahead, Jack. I thought you opened your mic, Jack. Okay. So where are the people? If only 114 were placed, where are the other? What the number? What the rest of them there? Where are the rest of them? They just relocated and set up somewhere else. No, so 3,386. Where are they? How long has this been an issue in New York? How long has homeless encampments in public spaces been an issue in New York? What has been done over the decades? Because I'm thinking, Ja, hey Boxer Mom, I'm thinking it's nothing new. When you were growing up in New York, did you have a issue?
So when I grew up, a lot of them stayed in the train stations, and then they kind of moved them out of the train stations. Then you had some that stayed in parks, and then they kind of changed that as well. There was an entire area where on the street they were, and then they changed that as well. Where they moved to, I can't tell you. I can tell you here where I'm at now, there was a specific area where I used to go and feed them on Saturdays. And once the sports games started coming, they kind of gated it off so the people couldn't live there, and they moved. They didn't move into housings. They just found another area in the city where they wouldn't be bothered. And I'm sure that's the same thing that has happened in NYC. Even more so, you have mass transit that can take them to any of the boroughs.
So we haven't solved this. So removing these encampments is not solving anything.
No, the removal, to me, the removal is not a removal. You're just cording it off so people can't stay in a specific area. But amongst those homeless, how about all the other people that were sent there in the past couple of years? Just put on buses and moved there. That's why I had that little question mark with the thought process.
Mhm.
And then with all what went on in the news with him these past couple of months, where is this initiative coming from?
Yeah. Yeah. So, as he put in the comments, you know they made it illegal to feed the hungry in ATL. You need a special permit and stuff. Yeah, same thing down here in Florida.
They also have it here. Well, let's just say that they didn't want us to feed them in that area around the sports arena, but we were able to feed them in other places.
Let me ask a question. I don't know, and I don't know if it's something you have mentioned before. Over there in Texas, the unhoused, where do they go for their health checkups, for medical care? Where do they go? Besides, like they want to get an annual, they need to get their dental work done, vision, so on and so forth. Where are they able to access that type of care?
So I'm going to say, honestly, I don't know. In the school that I told you that was transformed, they actually transformed it where they had in-house doctors there. So those people were able to get specific services, but you're only there for 100 days until they can move you out into actual housing. I know veterans are supposed to be able to go to the Veterans Association and get those services. If they go, I don't know. How do they get there? I don't know. Because mass transit here in Houston is not like mass transit in New York. So for me, I'm going to say a lot of those people probably don't get care, unfortunately. Dr. Sharon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, they don't get care. They brought into the ER when there's an acute situation. And I'm telling this from, I got enough friends and colleagues working in ER who are ER docs who deal with this all the time.
So what is there a plan to rectify that situation, that at least, even if the city has buses that are outfitted, that goes to these encampments or places where the population is there, to offer them this care? I'm okay as a taxpayer. I'm okay with that. As a taxpayer, make that provision for them. They're humans, and that is how you have to mitigate any diseases or epidemics. No?
Yeah, you are correct, but I don't know of any specific plans to help that population, which is quite sad. And yes, if you are a veteran, there is the VA, but the VA itself, even before now the sweeping cuts and changes, was already backed up in terms of taking care of just the regular people. So I don't know.
Oh boy. We have to do a better job looking after our citizens. We have to. Our Americans, our unhoused people, regardless of what your status is. At the end of the day, we're human beings. We're all human beings, and we need to look out for each other. Can residents appeal to their representatives for something to be instituted? I know, sorry, Dr. Sharon, I know there are some people on a private level have put up tiny houses on pieces of land. I know people on the private level have outfitted buses or campers, and they will go around so people can have a shower. I know there are some people have with their barbering license who will go around and offer that service. But why does it have to be a private person doing that? Why not the city?
Because of the bureaucracy. Did I say that right?
The bureaucracy.
Because of the bureaucracy, because when I was doing it, again, like you said, it was private people going around and doing these things. We would go to the supermarkets and ask for food, or we would collect money. Before I left, we were going to set up a whole day of showering, barbers, and we were looking at people that would volunteer their time. So I think it's the bureaucracy, unfortunately. I'm not going to even say I think. It is the bureaucracy. Because then even with that, what we said we were going to set up, we had to go to this politician to see if it was okay to do it in their area. And then some of the people in the area didn't want those type of people there. And yeah, I yield. I'm sorry, Dr. Sharon, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I mean, you said exactly what I was going to say. This should not fall on the hands of private citizens, right? Yes, private citizens usually do a good job in trying to help and facilitate everything, but you can only do so much as a private citizen. Even if you had like a private nonprofit foundation or something, you need governmental assistance, you need governmental input, you need legislations, you need the local councilman, cityman to be able to help you to be able to implement things like that will work, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like how do we get these? Yeah, like how do we get them to healthcare? Who's gonna see them, right? Who pays for that? How do we get them to housing, right? How does that work? How do we get the kids to school, right? Because they are unhoused pregnant women and kids. Let's not get that twisted. They are unhoused pregnant women and kids. Like, what do we do about situations like that? So it is a complex situation that need government to step in and lead the charge.
Yeah. And that's why we have to reach out to our leaders, our representatives, the ones that we champion for, the ones that we advocate for, the ones that we go out there and vote for.
I agree.
We have to be more, we have to demand more from them if we say we care about a fellow human being. Because no matter goes fully, you see, all of us thinking we're okay, are we comfortable? In the blink of an eye, our circumstances can change.
I always say a lot of people only want broken toe away from being broke. Because actually, if people don't know, the biggest cause of bankruptcy in the United States is medical costs.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. A few days in ICU can do that.
Listen, I know. Without, trust me. And who is prepared for that? Who is really prepared for that?
Not many.
Not many of us.
Not many.
Not many of us at all. So I don't know what. And here's the thing: you have so many medical professionals here, Dr. Sharon, and one of them I went to school with, same year as me. She has a mission across Jamaica. She has her practice on the west coast of Florida. And every year she has a mission that goes to Jamaica. I want to tell you, it's big. Amputations, the retrofitting with prosthetics, right? Huge. Then there is another one that does vision care. While we can see these things happening, they can go to the Caribbean and set these clinics up, but yet we don't see it. Or is it that we don't hear about it much here in the US? I don't know. Or is it there are too many, as you call it, bureaucratic red tape issues to navigate here in the US?
Yeah, it's a bureaucratic red tape. Because, like, for example, yes, I can participate in like a community screening and things like that, but am I able to see these patients out in the community? Would my medical malpractice insurance cover me for that outside of my private practice? So there's a whole slew of bureaucracy that governs even the practice of medicine, offering medical care. It's
Yeah.
stupid. It is really stupid.
Ah, boy. So your hands are tied pretty much. And you know what? It makes sense because if you need a permit to feed the unhoused, I can only imagine the complications and the complexities as it relates to offering. Yeah, get it. I get it.
You need a permit and you need training. They do allow you to get training for it.
Training to feed the unhoused.
Again,
What kind of training you need to feed the unhoused?
you have to learn the policies of that said state that you are
What?
in.
What the backside?
They make it so hard for you to give help and to receive help.
I mean, people, when I was in it, because I had to step back, but when I was in it, people are doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. And some of them are just avoiding the certain things that the state want. But if you get in trouble, because I don't know if you remember, there were some news stories last year where there were some of these organizations being ticketed for feeding and giving clothes and all of that, because you're not doing it in the area that they have slated for it. They have an area, but the people aren't there in that area. The people are right where we are trying to give them things. And we were ticketed.
That makes no sense.
No sense. Like zero sense.
And that's probably why people just throw up their hands and say them can't bother.
Some do, but luckily there's a good amount of them that will still go out there and just take the ticket.
So, I mean, so there are barriers to even help. Barriers to help. How? How? There are barriers to give my free help. Okay. Noted.
Noted indeed.
Yeah, I mean, like I've gone with like these organizations like churches and have helped, feed the unhoused. I donate clothes, donate this, and donate that. But I just give the stuff to them. I did not know the big red tape. Why do you need training to feed people?
That's something I
Right? Why can't I just go and give them my clothes?
So Dr. Sharon, let me ask this question then. When churches have food banks or they have a day when they're feeding the homeless and people go to the church to get the food, those people in the church have to get training too?
I guess so. I just show up and help. I just show up and volunteer.
But remember, the churches have a different standing in the community as far as an organization, a corporation, and everything else. They have a different standing in the community.
So they can feed the unhoused, but I can't.
To a certain extent, yes. To a certain extent.
Wow. All right. Ozzy wants to say something. Go ahead, Ozzy. I'm gonna step away for a quick second. I'll be right back. Carry on.
All right. I was just gonna say, I think this is another one of those scams because I know, just for example, in the Virgin Islands, right? Because we're a U.S. territory, what happens in certain instances, and I think it happens in the States too, is that certain persons who may be a part of families from more affluent backgrounds, those people who they have in their family who are dealing with certain mental illnesses or whom they are ashamed of, they will send them to certain communities, and every so often they will go and check up on them. But then they will do what they can to avoid those people re-entering or being in close proximity to the community that they're in. Or let's say there's an issue where you feed that person, and let's say for whatever reason they get sick, or some part of their body doesn't agree, that family will then come back and sue you as well. So that stuff gets really, really complex. It's very weird.
And that is one of the biggest thing in the United States. You can sue anybody for anything in this country. And I know whenever I used to work in a corporation and we would have these big extravagant things where we have food left over. And there were times where I would want to take the food and bring it to certain people. And I was told I can't, because if that person gets sick, they can sue the company. There's even, unfortunately, we have like food banks, but the food banks, we're getting food from other people. But even some places like the big box stores and stuff don't want to give out leftover food, because if someone gets sick from it, they can get sued. That is the bureaucracy that happens in the political game that is happening, especially when it comes to servicing people in needs here. How do you change that? I honestly don't have any clue, but I'm just glad that there's people still out there that have enough empathy to go still and help.
Yeah, like there's so many restaurants who throw out so much food at the end of the night, and legally they can't give it to the hungry. And like I was telling you before, like back home in the Virgin Islands, it's a very small community, so we pretty much know everybody. But regularly, there's always some new person or a couple of people who show up, and they're from the mainland America. And like I said, some of these families literally dump their family members off that they're ashamed of. And then now they're in this place, they're hungry, they're unhoused, and somehow it's now the community's responsibility.
As I'm listening here, would it be a far-fetched idea? Restaurants know over a period of time, you know how much of your food is going to be dumped. Is it reasonable to ask them to carve out a time in the day when they have the unhoused come and get the food?
I don't think they can, right? I don't think they can, because, for example, I'm getting here ready to go eat lunch at a restaurant.
Okay.
If something happens to me at the restaurant, like they gave me something that I've become allergic to, then they're still liable. And that's why they ask you when you go to sit at a restaurant, do you have allergies? Do you have allergies to this? It has peanuts. Are you okay with nuts? Versus, okay, I'm just going to come put this or make this available at 12 p.m. for the unhoused. And then, okay, I just give them the food, and who's responsible for this person if something happens?
Right.
Where me, a paying customer, they're more obligated to me. I mean, no, I'm not saying it makes it right, because I don't think it does, right? Because to me, it's like, okay, why can't I just give this, give that? Why can't I, But there are legal implications that are attached to it. It's the same thing with medical care.
Yeah, I get it. AT put a comment in the chat here on YouTube. Believe it or not, the status quo feeding the hungry is like feeding pigeons. They feel the more you do it, the worse the area gets, or the more maintenance of the area is needed.
Well, that's true as well. And we used to pay one of the unhoused people. We would bring the garbage bags and stuff, that when we were finished, to clean up the area, because the government or the state or the city or whatever was upset that after we fed them, The garbage cans, which were smaller, unfortunately couldn't hold all the trash that was left behind. But we did that. No, Adesoji, we don't want to hear it.
We want to hear. We need to hear what's happening outside of the U.S. So let us get the perspective from the United Kingdom, considering it's the United Kingdom that's at the basis of all of this, why we have a lot of the problems we have. But anyway, blaming you for nothing, right? Adesoji, go ahead, Adesoji.
Yeah, so good afternoon again. So in France, it's illegal for what's it called, for the restaurants after the day to trash the food. They have to take the food to the nearest homeless shelter where they will dispense the food to the people. Anything that emanates out of that is borne by the state. The same thing now applies in the United Kingdom. It's a recent law change. So yes, we don't wait.
Say that again. Please say that again. What happened in France?
So in France, it's illegal to dump food after the end of day by restaurants and what's it called? And organizations where the food is about to go off. So you are legally obliged to take the food to homeless shelters, and that food will be dispensed to people there. Anything that emanates from the dispensing of said food is borne by the state. Because the implication is people's lives, people have to be fed one way or the other. So if, as a result of that, people get ill, the state will take care of them. So you don't have to waste the food. So your conscience is clear that you're not wasting food, and at the same time, you're not afraid that you'll be exposed to legal jeopardy if you do. So the same thing also applies in the United Kingdom.
So why we can't do that? Can you all send that script over to us, please?
Well, unfortunately, you guys are far gone. I'm sorry.
Damn.
That sounds like, when you said it, I was thinking, well, because the restaurants used to give out food back in the day, but because of the lawsuits, it had to stop. So why can't we implement, you sign off your rights, like how when we go in the hospital and we get in surgery, we sign off that we can't sue. But
well, that's an option.
But you still can. But I'm thinking that's an option, right?
That's an option,
something, right? And say that I don't hold them liable for anything that may or may not happen.
That's not true. Hold on. You don't come into the hospital and you don't sign off that you won't sue. You sign consent for treatment. You sign consent for treatment is what you sign consent for, right? If something happens and you can even prove malpractice or gross malpractice, breach of the standard of care, you can sue. You don't sign off that you don't sue. You sign consent for treatment. I can't touch anyone. I can't treat anyone without consent. So even when I'm gonna go examine them, like, is it okay for me to examine you? Give me verbal consent. No, don't touch. Okay, no problem.
Okay.
So there's a difference.
Listen, I just find it funny how some of these restaurants, just because they want to do good, have to be sneaking food out the back to homeless like it's a drug deal or something.
Like it's an illicit deal. This is ridiculous.
And I mean, to add to Javes's point, also the fact that people have to sign. Yes, you might sign a waiver, but in a court of law, the question is, was that person under duress when they signed said waiver? That's another aspect to look at. So if they're hungry and desperate, I mean, will that waiver stand in, so yeah, but it's kind of, I mean, the states, first and foremost, the state owns a responsibility to its citizens. If the state cannot take care of its citizens, and citizens are taking it upon themselves to extend their hand, I don't think, that's my personal opinion, I don't think they should be penalized for anything that emanates thereafter. But like I said, you guys are far gone. So
In the words of Black Eyed Peas, where is the love? Where is the love? Where's the love of humanity? We say, but are we really practicing it? Go ahead, Jack.
And sometimes we can't even blame the restaurants because our food supply is not the best as well.
oops.
So when son number one was working at Aldi part-time, I remember he came home one day. I'm like, what on earth did you go through? Why your clothes smell so? So they had to go to the dumpster where them dump the food. The food not expire yet, but they have to dump the excess. Probably shouldn't have called the store's name, but anyway, they had to dump the excess. And what was happening is people at night were going in the dumpster and taking out the said food. It's like them all watch for see when it get dumped. Then they go in there, take the food out of the dumpster. So I said, why are they dumping the food prior to the expiration? No matter them give it away, them can't give it away. That don't make no sense to me. You rather dump the food that has not expired because there is an excess than have people or have a promotion in the store where I don't know. I don't know. This makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah, in New York, they used to pour stuff over it, so it wasn't easy to take it out of the garbage cans.
So you'd rather do that than a hungry person
Again, it was because if something happened, that person can still.
Hold on, let me ask a question.
It's just politics.
Let me ask a question. I come in the supermarket. I pay $10 for some grocery and I walk out. I come in the supermarket. I don't have the $10. I go to the owner, the manager, but it's a bodega or a supermarket. I say, hey, beg your $10 worth of food. And you give me the $10 worth of food. And I walk out. What is the difference?
Your conscience, maybe. Because if you get sick, your conscience wouldn't say, I need to go back now and sue said person.
So risk a risk. Whether may I give it away or may I sell it, it's still a risk. Or am I missing something? It doesn't make sense. The laws make zero sense based on how we have broken it down, deconstructed it, dissected it. It makes absolutely no sense. I can't sell it to you. No, I can't give it to you, but I can dump it. I cannot give it to you for free because God forbid you get sick. It's a repercussion on me, but I can sell it to you. You get sick and it's still a repercussion on me.
But your insurance covers the sale versus the not sale.
Then.
And no insurance person is going to want to do that. Y'all know I work for an insurance company. They don't even want to cover. For this whole show, the wind is so powerful here today. My alarm keep going off and I keep jumping up with my thing to see if someone's trying to come in. The insurance company don't even want to cover certain events, let alone food.
That's why
Society, baby.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what
I'm gonna say it again. Foreign done.
Done bad. Done. Not D-O-N-E. D-U-N. Done. Listen, we claim to care, but do we really? When we look at the nuances, do we really care?
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, who's gonna convince me that people really care about people? They don't. Right? They don't.
ding, ding, ding on that. Fix it.
Order up.
Order up. Fix it, please. I like this new bell.
Boy, girl, I don't know. This is, I don't know. I'm just, yeah.
Imagine we got to this point when the article at hand was NYC says it moved 3,500 people out of homeless encampments, but just 114 into shelter. So where the 386 there? Where them there?
Oh, I sent you an article on.
Hold on, let me jump over TikTok. On TikTok or IG?
No, IG. I don't know if you spoke about that yet.
Hold on, let me see what I want. Hold on. Roberts pushes back on Trump's judicial impeachment calls. That one? No, that's Dr. Keisha. Hold on, Dr. Shah. Oh, Caribbean nations respond to. Oh, yes. We spoke of that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we definitely spoke about that one. So Dr. Keisha sent one over. Trump pushes back on Trump's judicial. Talk to me. Bring us up to speed really quick.
First of all, I was looking into that while you were talking about it. If somebody sells food, the law actually passes the liability onto the person that purchases it, but giving something away, donating does not. There's also a Good Samaritan law. So there's more liability when we are, quote, being a Good Samaritan that comes back on the seller than it is if you're selling something. So that's why they're protecting themselves. So this Roberts' judge thing, apparently some judges were Trump was trying to impeach some of the judges, right, that are pushing back. And so now Roberts are saying you cannot try to impeach them. The Republican Party is trying to impeach these judges for doing what they're supposed to do. And Roberts is saying, no, you cannot.
This can't be real life.
Wow, this is crazy.
We cannot. I promise you. Somebody wake me up tomorrow because this cannot be life.
You guys, these judges, when we say we wonder why people aren't pushing back, you're seeing what's happening. They're getting crazy to where this is like a mob group. These people, can you imagine their families and stuff, the threats they're getting right now? And Roberts, he's a sitting duck.
Hold on a second. Hold on. This don't make no sense. Wake me up. I must be dreaming. Indeed.
That's what I just said.
So funny enough, Dr. Keisha, funny enough that you send that because I'm seeing a video. The judges need protection. But let me read this article that Dr. Keisha sent over, which falls under the because we're just wrapping up the news out of North America segment. Let's go ahead and read this. So courtesy of Bloomberg Law, on Apple News today, Chief Justice John Roberts spoke out against President Donald Trump's call for the impeachment of a judge who ruled against his efforts to swiftly deport alleged Venezuelan gang members. Trump did not refer to Chief U.S. District Judge Jeb Boasberg in Washington by name in a social media post on Tuesday, calling him a radical left lunatic of a judge. The president's attack on Boasberg escalated his administration's battle against the judiciary, coming hours before Justice Department attorneys are supposed to detail the administration's compliance with the judge's March 15 order not to carry out deportations based on Trump's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. In a rare statement on Tuesday, Roberts said, for more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. The Justice Department has also sought to have the case reassigned from Boasberg, making the request in a Monday letter to a federal appeals court in Washington. Trump had previously stayed away from calls to impeach judges, even as some House Republicans have filed articles of impeachment against judges who have ruled against the administration's sweeping early actions. Representative Brandon Gill, Republican of Texas, said in a social media post on Monday that he will move to impeach Boasberg this week. Okay, let's play the video from from TikTok real quick. Let's take a listen to this one.
Thousands of people fired by Donald Trump are getting their jobs back today. because of the first round of proverbial fireworks that went off in a California federal courthouse. And I just got the transcript of what happened there. Trying all day to get it. Finally got it. I really want to share this with you. All right, so let me set the scene. Trump administration has sent a lawyer to defend them in this case in federal court in Northern California. But they are refusing to send any officials from the Trump administration to testify in this case, to explain what they have done and to be questioned about it. The basis of this case is that the Trump White House, the Office of Personnel Management and the Trump White House told federal agencies last month, essentially, to fire tens of thousands of people who work for the government, potentially hundreds of thousands of people. And then after the Trump White House, the Office of Personnel Management told the agencies to fire all those people, then all those people got fired. And it really does not seem like that was legal. It has never seemed like that was legal, that the White House would have the authority to make those kinds of mass firings. But again, they won't send anybody to testify about what exactly they did. So this is from the transcript. So the lawyer who is suing the Trump administration says this. Your Honor, quote, what we have before the court is record evidence that conclusively establishes that OPM directed the terminations at issue. We have a very unusual circumstance where the government has not attempted to say that they factually dispute that. They've actually withdrawn the declaration by which they were attempting to dispute that. And there's no record evidence on the other side by which they have disputed this fact. The judge, I tend to agree with you on that. And the government, I believe, has tried to frustrate the judge's ability to get at the truth of what happened here, and then set forth sham declarations to a sham declaration. They withdrew it, then substituted another. That's not the way it works in the U.S. District Court, the judge says. Quote, I'm going to talk to the government about that in a minute. I had expected to have an evidentiary hearing today in which these people would testify. And if they want.
So here's what I'm hearing. Between this and that, they're getting frustrated up there in Washington because in their mind, whatever we say should go. There is power, so to speak, and I should be able to wield this power. I should be able to, right? Thank you for the time check, John. I should be able to wield unyielding power, and there should be no pushback whatsoever. No one should even dare say anything, but the judges are saying there is law, and the law needs to be followed. And the court is a place where you can come to voice your concerns, and we will see if there is a deviation from the norm, right? And what should be done if there needs to be a rectifying of such deviation. Am I on the right track? I think it's frustration that's setting in, and that is why impeachment is coming into play. We got to get rid of you because you're not you're not following suit. You're not falling in line with what we want. Forget about the law. We just want what we want. How dare you challenge it? How dare you? Go ahead, Soji. Start, and then I'm going to interject because I have to wrap up on air. But
so quick one. I would enjoin people to go read the submission of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson when the issue of the president's being above the law came up in the Supreme Court. She said it categorically. This would happen. Guess what Justice Roberts said? We don't think so, and there is no reason to fear such a thing happening. Now, guess what we're talking about? I yield.
Let me wrap up on air. Don't go anywhere, folks, on TikTok and YouTube. I'll be right back with you. I want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you.
you to everyone who tuned in on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. Remember, you can join us on YouTube Live. Head on over there or head on over to TikTok Live. We will be there for the remainder of the show. Thank you so much. And if you're not able to join us, we will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another episode of Coffee and Joe, World News on the Go. We also want to invite you to head on over to coffeeandtoe.com. There you can, explore the different resources we have available. And we also invite you to support our co-sponsors, LormelSkinFood.com. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Shop grantcoffeehouse.com. Just use the code CoffeeInToe20 at checkout. All right, so until tomorrow, take care of yourselves. We will be back with you then. All right, thank you, YouTube, and thank you, TikTok. Back to you, Adesoji. So that again for those in the back who need to be reminded.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson warned that what is to stop a precedent that we consider to be above the law from, to use her words, I'm paraphrasing now, going beyond the remit of the office of the president. And the guys who supported the fact that was brought before them or supported Trump, led by Justice Roberts, said that will not be an issue. And guess what we're talking about right now? The same problem that this woman said will come up. Boom. If I'm on the fly on the wall right now, I will be laughing my head off. Because this guy basically, and somebody said it, I don't know who said it, that Justice Roberts is about to tear up his own courts. And that's it. It's done. It's done. Because if he gets away with one, he basically removes all of them. But the worst part is this. This is a convicted felon that wants to interfere with the justice arm of the U.S. Constitution. A felon. I yield.
For me, it's only being, first thing, the statement that he made, even though he said that it won't happen, maybe he said it in a way that he will make sure that it doesn't happen. And with all that has been done within the past 2 months, why you're only feeling it now? Is it because they're coming for you? This again is another example of when we say that things will only change if it touches certain people. I yield.
Didn't I?
We have breaking news right now.
Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
Didn't I see a statement yesterday where Trump said he was above the law?
I mean, that's every day, Sharon.
Oh, sorry.
Exactly.
Deja vu, deja vu.
My bad.
Let's play this next clip.
Donald Trump is now calling for the impeachment of Judge James Boasberg, the federal judge who ruled against the Trump administration under the Alien Enemies Act case. Folks, this is the first time Donald Trump has directly called for the impeachment of a federal district court judge. And he's doing it because he doesn't agree with what Boasberg's ruling is, even though Boasberg's ruling is in line with longstanding federal law. In a new Truth Social post, Trump writes, quote, "I'm just doing what the voters wanted me to do. This judge, like many of the crooked judges I am forced to appear before, should be impeached." Now that Donald Trump has called for the impeachment of a federal judge, expect articles of impeachment to be filed in the House of Representatives. To impeach a federal judge, you need a majority in the House and 2/3 to remove him in the Senate. You're never going to get that in the Senate. A Republican.
Are we going to get it in the Senate? Is there a strong possibility it may happen in the Senate?
I mean, these people are under a trance.
This can't be real life. I call me tomorrow. No, for real. This cannot be my reality. How how? So you should everyone's supposed to just turn a blind eye. Just allow him to do whatever he wants to whomever he wants.
And I said a few weeks ago, what was it going to take for them to do the same thing they did to Nixon?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy, it makes for good entertainment. Me not make it mad me. Not making it mad me. Thanks for the follow, Crystal, on TikTok. I am not going to make it mad me.
But we can't. We can't, because guess what? We have 4 years of madness to deal with.
Not make it mad me.
We got 4 years of madness that we're gonna have to deal with.
Listen to this. Hold on. Where's the turn this up? Hold on.
The Statue of Liberty back into France. Is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now.
Is President Trump going to...
Wow.
This is what happens when you let the misfits rule. I don't like using this word, so I'm outside with the dogs, but this is so ghetto. I don't want to be here anymore.
You don't want to get shut down.
I don't want to be here anymore.
So Dr. Keisha in the chat, Adol Castro 21 says no, it was French that helped that 1776 independence. Shaking my head. Listen, Adol Castro, if you come here very often, you laugh. You'll end up just laughing, literally, because a lot of what comes up in the news has us doing the same thing. SMH, we're shaking my head. I should say SOH. We're shaking our heads a lot here, and yeah. This point, I don't even know if our heads are going to fall off from all the shaking that we're doing. Now we just have to laugh. We literally just have to laugh because it's unbelievable. But she's just 27 years old, so let's pity her. She's 27 years old, right? And we can't compare her resume to that of Corinne Jean-Pierre,
There's no comparison. We've already been there, done that. Been there, done that. There's no comparison.
But why does she have that position then? Again, why are we hiring people in positions they shouldn't have? Which is the whole Trump administration.
We've already ran down the receipts. There is not an ounce of comparison except for that they're both women. That's it.
I mean, she's been serving in the White House as press secretary. She is the 36th and youngest White House press secretary, born August 24, 1997. She's 27 years old. She went to St. Anselm College.
Your face moments.
She went to St. Anselm College. Is that better, Jeff?
She went to college.
Where? I'm sorry.
St. Anselm College.
Oh, maybe I'm ignorant. I've never heard of that.
It doesn't matter. She went to college.
Listen, I'm not going to be
You're
here
right.
yourself. St. Anselm College is a private, non-profit, four-year college. Since 1889, St. Anselm College has provided a transformative education shaped by
Catholic and Benedictine values and the Liberal Arts Foundation.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
The average cost after aid is $34,000. They have an acceptance rate of 82%, and they have a graduation rate of 78%.
And that was a waste of money.
Somebody said, did she graduate?
That's a good question.
You said she attended. You didn't say she graduated.
I mean,
or wait, did she get an honorary graduate?
Lord, is it Uno? Uno is bad behavior. Let's see. Did she? It said she has an education from there. I'm going to hope. I don't know. I'm digging. Be patient.
Yes, because usually they will say a bachelor's degree, a PhD, a master's.
Well, I mean, while she was there, let's see here. She founded the St. Anselm College's first broadcasting club. While in college, she worked at Hearst Television, WMUR TV. She graduated in 2019 with a bachelor's degree in communications and politics, the first in her immediate family to earn a college degree.
That's beautiful. Beautiful.
I'm trying to search for something nice to say, but so I'm just gonna shut up.
No, that's
nice,
beautiful.
Nice hair, nice gowns, nice microphone.
Yeah, nice podium, maybe.
Nice color lipstick.
I don't even want to say nothing about
Y'all not right. Y'all not right. Y'all not right. He is college educated.
Adele says good, but no experience.
You know that does not. I mean, we gotta be honest. Yeah, I don't see college educated when I hear her speak. I'm gonna be honest. Comprehension is missing.
You know what's the problem with all of your? I'm gonna tell you what all of your problem is. Your expectations are too high.
Is that what it is?
Because look at the skin that we have.
Your expectations are too high. We have to learn to lower our expectations. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us?
Moment.
I think we all grew up in the wrong households. At this point, why did our parents set the bar so high? Why were our parents mentally abusing us by telling us and drilling into us the importance of getting an education, the importance of being an upstanding citizen, the importance of carrying ourselves with dignity and some decorum and some pride? Our parents wasted their time.
So I'm gonna tell you why they told us that. Because white girls go to college to find a husband. Black girls go because we need an education to get ahead. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
And no degrees is enough degrees for us, right? We've got a different bar. Their bar is just say you went to school and you're good and you get a car from daddy and all of that.
I mean, what's the problem? I mean,
Mr. President says she speaks like the person she represents. It's a perfect match. And that is what I was getting ready to say. If she wasn't representing him, do you think that the words that come out of her mouth would be different? And I would say yes.
Corinne Jean-Pierre, born August 13, 1974, is a French-born American political advisor. She speaks 3 languages, who served as the White House press secretary from May 22 to January 25, and that's the years that is, and a senior advisor to President Joe Biden from October 2024 to January 2025. She's the first person of color and the first openly LGBTQ person to serve in the position of White House press secretary. Previously, so there is a past, She served as the deputy press secretary to her predecessor, Jen Psaki, from 2021 to 2022, and as the chief of staff for U.S. vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris during the 2020 presidential campaign. Now, prior to her work with Harris during the 2020 election and with the Biden-Harris administration, Jean-Pierre was the senior advisor and national spokeswoman for the progressive advocacy group MoveOn.org. Also, there's more. She was also previously a political analyst for NBC News and MSNBC, and there's more, a lecturer in international and public affairs at Columbia University.
Keep going.
No, I think we've overloaded. We have overloaded. Okay, you want more?
Somebody's gonna come and say, she's not qualified. She's not qualified.
So, Jean-Pierre graduated from Kellenberg Memorial High School, a college preparatory school on Long Island. Her parents wanted her to study medicine, and she studied life sciences at the New York Institute of Technology as a commuter student. She performed poorly on the medical college admission test, changing career tracks. Guess what? She earned a bachelor's degree from the New York Institute of Technology in 1997. She earned a Master of Public Affairs from the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University in 2003, where she served in student government and decided to pursue politics. At Columbia University, one of her mentors was Esther Fuchs, whose class she attended during the fall of 2001. She is fluent in English, French, and Haitian Creole. Do not get it twisted. She was the Southeast Regional Political Director for John Edwards' presidential campaign in 2004. In 2006, she was hired. Lord, Dr. Keisha, it's too much. She was hired as the outreach coordinator for Walmart Watch in Washington, D.C. She joined the Columbia University faculty in 2014, where she's a lecturer in international and public affairs. Listen, it goes on and on. It's a long sheet. I mean, come on. I got to stop. I can't keep going. It's going to take me a good 10 minutes to read the rest.
We got time.
In other words, folks, you can't compete where you don't even compare. It's apples to oranges. This is creme de la creme.
I don't want for people to maybe think that because said young woman is of her age, that we're not accepting her experience or she should not be allowed the chance to gain said experience. Because sometimes I feel people may think that. Yes, we can't compare those two, but even the prior lady had to start somewhere, right?
That's the point. But why do you start at the highest level?
I understand that part.
Don't you work your way up?
We already know some of us have to, and some of us don't.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I got you.
Want to make very clear, less than 0.09% of the Venezuelans in this country are suspected of being part of Tren de Aragua, which is a horrible gang. No immigrant in this country wants a criminal of the level of an MS-13 or a Tren de Aragua here. But it is very ironic because Venezuelans hugely supported Donald Trump. In fact, the area where his golf club is in Miami, Doral, is called Doralzuela. That's where a lot of them live. And since he got elected, he's gone to negotiate with Maduro, legitimizing a man who lost the election. He has removed TPS from hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans. That's temporary protective status, normalizing what's happening in Venezuela as if it's no longer a cruel dictatorship that jails and kills dissidents. He is reportedly
the view. This is a clip.
on TikTok from The View.
From Venezuela can travel here. And frankly, every time he opens his mouth about Venezuela, he portrays Venezuelans as if they were members of a gang, as if they were Tren de Aragua, when it's less than 600 people that are suspected of being part of this. Most Venezuelans are great people, good, hardworking people who want to live in freedom, are contributing to our country, are contributing to our society. A lot of them are my friends, are my neighbors. They live in Miami, and what he is doing to Venezuelans is disgusting. But you know what? You voted for that. You're finding out.
Ana Navarro. See, you voted for it. You're finding out. It is what it is. I don't like when immigrants, a blanket is spread over immigrants. I don't like it. Because at the end of the day, we're all immigrants, or those who came before us are immigrants. Let's not get it twisted. We all can trace our roots to somewhere else. None of us is indigenous. None of us. Yeah, I've heard that there is a wanting to get rid of certain shows, certain, yeah, we've heard.
Why do you think he wants to be over the Kennedy Center? I mean, he's trying to wash everything. And we know it's not all immigrants. We know it's certain pigmentations of immigrants that are the issue. But that's what this nation is founded on. We're still not accepted. I've been here in my family since the beginning, and we're still not accepted. We're considered immigrants, or less than a full person.
And you know what, Dr. Keisha, what is sad is that there are countries who we might agree or not that they have moved past it, but there are countries in Europe who are begging America and Americans to move away from that behavior because it serves no good. There is no benefit to be had. And what is going to happen is you're going to regress. There will be no progression. There will be stagnation. There will be no advancement. There will be the dumbing down. Is that what we want as a society? But then again, I don't know. What is the end goal? What exactly is there to be had? Because you even countries that are more European, there is some degree of embracing diversity, no? Because they recognize they can't do it alone. They recognize that there's talent outside of their own groups. They recognize that they're better off including, I don't know. But the organization that is endorsing it and pushing it and wanting this, and this is not, hear me out. This is not something new. This is not something that just came out of thin air in 2024. It's been 50 years in the making. It has been 50 years in the making. It is a matter of finding the right person to, usher it in, if you want to put it that way. I don't know. The next administration to come in is going to have a lot of undoing to do, a lot of repairing. I don't know if we're beyond repair. It's going to be a lot of work, and 4 years is not going to be enough within which to turn things around, to reconstruct, to I don't know. I don't know. And I have said that there are some things I'm okay with, but it's how it's being done. That's the problem. Has there been waste in government since beginning of time? It doesn't matter which administration is there. There has been waste. But it's how it's being done. I don't think Medicare should be impacted. Veterans shouldn't be impacted. Children shouldn't be impacted. Did you hear about the case where the 82-year-old man lost his Social Security benefits because Doge went in and said he's long gone. He's no longer amongst us, and had to go through the daunting task of proving that he's amongst us. I don't like what's going on as it relates to the veterans, not the veterans, the in the cemetery. I don't like what's going on there. And I'm seeing images of stones being removed.
Yes, that is so disrespectful.
I don't like that. So I'm going to go there now to look for my relative, and my relative's stone is gone. What is it being replaced with?
Even the story this Sunday on 60 Minutes about the military ban. Ban in instruments. And the people that are actually supposed to be playing music. That was so disrespectful.
But banning names, a name that was given to me at birth, you're banning my name because you find it offensive.
Soon we're not going to be able to wear, let me be quiet.
Listen, the changes are needed in certain areas, but there's a way to go about it. There is a way to do the change. There needs to be consultation. There needs to be a meeting of the minds. There needs to be some kind of order put in place. Ripping things apart is just, and then trying to figure out how to put it back together when you realize, oopsie daisy, that's ineffective. That goes against efficiency. In my humble opinion, I don't know. How does stopping the access of meals to children from low-income families make us more efficient? Explain that. When you strip away funding from research that is needed to possibly save the life of your loved ones, how is that efficient? I don't know what the end game is. I really don't know what the end game is. I don't know. I'm clueless. At this point, I'm clueless. I don't know. Let's listen to this.
That Tesla photo op at the White House, putting a new spotlight on the company's finances and Elon Musk's crusade against what he considers government waste. This week, many pointing out that Tesla paid nothing in federal income taxes last year, even though the company made over $2 billion of income. And that's particularly galling to critics because Tesla and Musk have taken so much money from the government. The Washington Post reporting that $38 billion in government funds have gone to help prop up his companies. Tesla alone has taken $11 billion in regulatory credits, nearly $3 billion from Nevada, $750 million from New York, and hundreds of millions more from the Energy Department and the Treasury Department. Is that government waste? Is that inefficiency? Is Musk hoping to take a chainsaw to funding that benefits himself? Something to think about.
Is that the reason why they're getting rid of all the information so we won't find this out? So we won't have actual receipts of this? Interesting.
By the way, interesting. Elon Musk's Tesla reportedly halts Cybertruck deliveries as owners complain of metal sides falling off.
It's time for Business and Tech News brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to grandcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all your coffee products. Use the code coffeeinto20 at checkout. So, according to finance.yahoo.com, in the latest sign, the Tesla Cybertruck risks becoming Elon Musk's first full-blown flop. Sales of the pickup have been halted amid growing cases of metal paneling falling off. On Thursday, EV enthusiast site Electrek reported Tesla delivery agents as saying all outbound vehicles have been stopped amid concerns that the glue holding the exterior stainless steel paneling in place is failing. In more Tesla news, Tesla tells U.S. government Trump trade war could harm EV companies. Elon Musk's Tesla has warned that Donald Trump's trade war could expose the electric car maker to retaliatory tariffs that would also affect other automotive manufacturers in the U.S. In an unsigned letter to Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, Tesla said it supports fair trade, but that the U.S. administration should ensure it did not inadvertently harm U.S. companies. In other Tesla news, because that's all, no, that's it. Just those two for So, Tesla didn't give that warning prior to the trade war being brought into consideration and going into effect. No, not at all. We weren't thinking. Period. Point blank. We were not thinking. Undocumented subprime borrowers pose risk to Wall Street. This is interesting. Finance.yahoo.com is reporting Marcelo Rodriguez is in the middle of a chain of lending that has connected Wall Street to New York's Spanish-speaking community, providing a lifeline to vulnerable borrowers, including the undocumented. That lifeline is now starting to fray. For years, his company, InQmatic, has connected small business owners with firms that are willing to bankroll risky loans, some of which are then bundled into securities and sold off by big banks. The lenders rarely seem to put much effort into vetting applicants' immigration status, Rodriguez said, until recently. Now, he said they make it clear that their preference is for borrowers to be citizens. The shift is a byproduct of President Donald Trump's push to, as he's vowed repeatedly, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. And it reveals how the chilling effect triggered by that plan is spreading fast, far faster than the actual pickup in deportations, and threatening the finances of many undocumented immigrants. It's interesting that this would come to the forefront because, yes, some undocumented folks are able to secure credit cards and lending. And, well, you know what? Why am I going to be concerned? Because you know what? The banks always get bailed out. So why am I worried? Don't the banks always get bailed out? Yeah. Time and time again, they get bailed out. The CEOs continue to earn their millions and millions and millions in revenue. Shareholders, the major stakeholders don't lose anything. So why am I worried about what's going to happen? It is what it is. Keep it moving. Just you and I will be affected. There are no guarantees. Scott Bessent won't rule out a recession. This article, courtesy of Politico.com. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent conceded the possibility of a recession and downplayed stock market turmoil on Sunday. This amid growing market uncertainty following the implementation of President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs on foreign trading partners. There are no guarantees, he said, about the chance of a recession during an interview on NBC's Meet the Press with host Kristen Welker, echoing Trump's refusal to rule one out last week. I can predict that we're putting in robust policies that will be durable. Don't worry, folks.
Don't worry, don't worry. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. I know Alexia, if you're still over here with me on YouTube, you did promise that you were going to be sending up a barrel to us here in the US from Jamaica, with some necessary items. You know, do not rid yourself of that thought at all, because we may need it. All the help we can get from every angle possible. At a soldier over there in the UK, see what you can send over to us here. We need to ask our friends up there in Canada to send what they can to us in USA to alleviate, the burden that may come along. I don't know. Ah,
Canada, because we're going to be taxed two ways.
all right. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Ja. Bringing me back to reality. I was looking out for all of us. I was gonna, when we get the barrels, we divvy it up amongst ourselves. But there you go, killing,
Yes.
unaliving my dream. Thank you. All right, so no guarantees, folks. We may have get ready. That's all I can say. Get ready. And that was our business and tech segment brought to you by grantcoffeehouse.com. And now it's time for health and science news brought to you by lormelskinfood.com. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. It's all 100% natural products. All right, March. I learned this. I didn't even know. March is National Nutrition Month. And there are 5 simple ways to eat healthier, folks. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. March is National Nutrition Month, the perfect time to focus on eating better and making healthier choices. For Caribbean people and Caribbean Americans, food is more than just sustenance. It's culture, tradition, and family. But with rising concerns about lifestyle diseases like diabetes and hypertension, it's important to find a balance between flavor and nutrition. The good news? Well, Caribbean cuisine is already packed with nutritious whole foods. It's just about preparing them in the healthiest ways. To commemorate National Nutrition Month, here are 5 practical ways to enjoy your favorite Caribbean dishes while boosting your overall health. Here we go. Number 1, eat more Caribbean superfoods. Caribbean diets naturally include many nutrient dense foods that offer tons of health benefits. Instead of reaching for processed snacks, incorporate these local superfoods into your meals. Callaloo, or as we in Jamaica say, alaloo, which is similar to your spinach, folks. It's similar to spinach, similar to pak choy, bok choy, so on and so forth, those greens. A rich source of iron, fiber, and vitamins A and C, perfect for soups, stews, or sauteed as a side. Yummy, yum, yum. Breadfruit, a great complex carbohydrate that provides energy while being lower in fat than fried alternatives. Try roasting or boiling instead of frying, right? Mm. And we like it when we roast it and then we fry it over. Tastes good, so too. But healthy, folks. Roasting or boiling. Dasheen, otherwise known as taro, yam, and sweet potato. These root vegetables are packed with fiber, potassium, and slow digesting carbs that help regulate blood sugar. The avocado, pear, that's something you might be very, I don't know how them a tax it, tariff depend it. Hope not. Avocados or pears loaded with healthy fats and fiber. Avocados help keep you full and support heart health. And then soursop, guanabana, and guava. These tropical fruits are high in antioxidants, vitamin C, and can help boost immunity. All right. Number 2, hydrate with natural drinks. Instead of sugary sodas or artificial juices, opt for hydrating with natural beverages that have been enjoyed in the Caribbean for generations. What's the number one?
The number one drink, coconut water. An excellent electrolyte packed drink with that keeps you hydrated and supports heart health. You know, back in the days when they would have wars, they used to use coconut water in the drips, right? Y'all knew that? Yep. To hydrate the body. Sorrel hibiscus tea is another name for it, rich in antioxidants, and is known to help lower blood pressure, but try it with less sugar. You know what how I've been having it is I'll boil the water. I have it as a tea. So sorrel with some cloves and ginger.
Let me ask you a question. Salt and hibiscus tea are the
Same
same
thing.
thing?
Same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Hibiscus tea is sorrel.
Because I have hibiscus tea in here,
I
and
have
it
the
don't
same
taste
one.
like sorrel. It don't taste like
It
sorrel.
red, right?
No.
Them probably
Yeah.
mix it. Look and see if they put other, if it's a blend or if it's pure hibiscus. If it's pure
It's
hibiscus,
supposed to
it's
have
supposed to
different.
be sorrel.
I didn't know that. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Ja. You were gonna say something.
No, you said what I said.
Yeah. You do have hibiscus, no, but in this case, the hibiscus tea is what them call sorrel, is what we call sorrel. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you for that. All
It's
right.
supposed to
All
come
right.
out nice, that deep red, that deep blood red, that nice color. And put some cloves in the water with it and let it steep along with ginger. If you have some ginger, put it in there. If you have the ginger tea, you know, the powder ginger tea that we get from the Caribbean, not the one that, if you want one with the sugar, fine, but the one without the sugar, just that sachet, you can put that in the teacup if you don't want to use the ginger root itself. A sachet of ginger, some cloves, and your sorrel, that it steep in some hot water for about 5 minutes, and then you drink it. Yeah, good going down, refreshing. If you want a little sugar, help yourself, but be mindful. Make sure you're using natural sugar, not no artificial sugar. Another one, another natural beverage to hydrate with is lime and ginger water. It is a refreshing and natural detox drink that aids digestion. Yeah. Another one, you can squeeze lemon. Lemon helps to turn the body alkaline, which, you know, is a deterrent of cancer cells, they say. So look into that. Another number three, prepare traditional foods in a healthier way. Grill or bake instead of frying, instead of deep frying your fish, chicken, or plantains. Try grilling, baking, or air frying for less oil and fewer calories. Um, Check out how safe these ovens are. But I'm noticing now they're making traditional style uh, stoves with air fryer ovens. You want to make sure they're safe before spending your money on them, not because it's an air fryer technology. You want to run and buy it. Please go and do your research. Buy the ones that are safe. Air frying as much as we can. No butter. Dr. Keisha, they say if you're going to use butter, there are certain brands that you should use. Stay away from some, but the butters that you, I have one in my fridge. I forget the ingredients. Cream. Hold on, I should go and read. Just three ingredients on it. It starts with a K. They said this brand is a good one. It starts with a K, and gold is a part of the name. Another one starts with L and has lakes in the name. Um, you don't want the one with the canola oil or any oil added, just the natural thing. Three ingredients. Let's say if you're gonna have butter, use those with just three ingredients, folks. Right? If I could learn how to air fry plantains, I would. Just jump on YouTube, Ja. I have never tried it, but I'm sure if we go on YouTube, you know, YouTube University, we'll see it there. There are people there showing you how to do everything. Even on TikTok, I'm sure somebody is showing us how to do things in the air fryer. Yeah. You can use your air fryer. This I learned from my sons. They cut up the, what you call it, burrito, you know, wraps that we buy.
They cut them up, cut them in fours, and they put them in the air fryer, and voila, your
And make
tortilla chips.
chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, and make chips. But I had saw something back in last year that supposedly the air fryers aren't safe either. They're emitting something.
And that's why I said we have to do our research because not all of them are safe. I heard
I read that as well. I read it. I can't remember what they were saying, but I did hear it, and I saw a news article about it as well. I saw it on the news that they were saying the air fryers aren't good for you. I'll have to find it,
all
but
right.
I won't find it. You Google because I'm you know what I'm doing. Yeah, you do that. I know your fingers are already at the university.
What are the negative effects of air fryers? Top health risks, according to Google here. Fats may be damaged. One example of a negative effect air frying may have on food and your health was illustrated by a study that assessed the impact of cooking fatty varieties of fish, such as sardines, in an air fryer, may produce polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, otherwise known as PHAs. Um, hmm.
Who would put sardines in an air fryer? That don't make no sense.
Depends on how they're trying to prepare
People
it.
put everything, and that's the whole thing. People put everything in the air fryers now. Everything.
Depending on how they're what dish they're trying to prepare. You can do your eggs in the air fryer. I see somebody make a whole omelet in the air fryer. They use the air fryer line up and they crack the eggs in there, put in their tomatoes, their cheese, and
Yeah, I saw that. I heard someone this weekend mention that you can do popcorn in the air fryer too, and they were shocked. But it reminded me of the little air thing they used to sell back in the day that you would put the kernels in and it would produce popcorn. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. But you can't win because you're substituting the air fryer so you don't use oil, but now something else can do something to you. Can't win, man.
so we need to do some more research with regard to the side effects. With every benefit, there is something. Yeah. Listen, at the end of the day, none of us are escaping this thing. But we want to be as healthy as possible while we're here. I get it. I totally get it. All right. So where was I? Back to the article. Hold on a second. Healthier ways to prepare your foods. Okay, so grill or bake instead of frying as much as you can. Use coconut milk, them set in moderation while rich in flavor. Coconut milk is high in saturated fat. Try using half coconut milk and half vegetable broth in dishes like rice and peas or stews. I don't know talk to. I change up the dish.
Okay, for real though.
I want to really attack to me. Must substitute vegetable broth in my rice and peas, my rice and congo, my moros, my country. I want to go with that. No, sir. I wanna go,
And it's not like you're eating rice and peas every day. So if we put the whole thing of coconut milk in there, okay.
And then I mean, for oil down. How not gonna use vegetable broth in an oil down? When we in Jamaica do it, or we Jamaicans cooking our rundown, what we call rundown, with the salt mackerel. That's that. I wanna go with vegetable broth. Move up prayer so with that. That is an abomination unto the dishes. I'm sorry. I'm being bad. But when you can. You know what tastes good in vegetable broth, Ja? I will say quinoa, because some people can't don't like the taste of quinoa and they find it hard to season it. Vegetable
Yeah.
broth, yeah, you can cook your quinoa in vegetable broth. So I guess with quinoa you can do this. Half coconut milk and half vegetable broth, or with your brown rice, half coconut milk with half vegetable broth to give it that nice flavor.
Um, if my friend from Trinidad was listening to you, know she'd probably have a heart attack because every meal has coconut milk in it. If it's soup, it has coconut milk in it. Jamaican cantaloupe, we know it has that in there. Curry goat, curry chicken, everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think we wanted any different, any of us. She would lose her mind.
Yeah.
She would think it's an abomination.
Yeah. It is an
Mm-mm.
abomination. Not
Mm-mm.
me
I like
funny
my
thing.
cooking mess. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As my father say, you have to have something bad going on. Everything can good. I'm sorry. And now they're also saying too here when we talk about preparing traditional foods in a healthier way, cut back on salt and season with herbs. Yes, folks, you can load up on your garlic and your onion. That will change the flavor. You can load up on your what we call scallion, ESCALLION. Una call it green onions here in the states, or scallions. Thyme, a lot of thyme, a lot of scallion. Put in your rosemary, your garlic, your ginger, your scotch bonnet pepper, or your habanero peppers, whatever pepper you can get. Use a lot of herbs and spices, and believe you me, you won't miss the reduction in sodium. And if you must use salt, they say it is better to try and use Himalayan pink salt, or what's the other one?
Sea salt.
Sea salt, yeah. So we have to watch our sodium intake, definitely. And remember, folks, a lot of what we're buying in the supermarket has sodium in it, especially our meats. Yeah, then put little things in it for preserve it to make it last a little longer. So let's pay attention to our sodium intake. Many Caribbean dishes use salt-based seasonings instead. Flavor your food. Here it is, and I didn't even read it yet. Fresh thyme, scallion, pimento, ginger, or garlic. And Rosola, every time I think about pimento, or every time I think about pimento mushroom,
Every
you
time.
know the running joke.
Every time. I just thought about it when you said spices. I said, well, some may disagree in our family. It's for you to tell the story because every time I love my uncle. He always had the best comeback.
Or the
And
best
when he used to do it,
reactions, or the
yeah,
best reactions.
and when he would do it to my mom, it was such pleasure to me because it was rare that I would observe someone just she just silence, nothing else said. That was so rare to me. So I always appreciated him for that. But go ahead, tell the story.
No, I'm not. Not today. May my father's soul rest in peace. He was a low-key troublemaker.
He was.
Yeah, a low-key troublemaker, for real. And he would be the one to tell you a joke and keep him face straight as a judge, serious as a judge. You burst out laughing at a very inopportune moment. And then he will turn and look at you. Why are you laughing? Or behave yourself, control yourself. But yeah. Practice portion control, folks. A lot of us eat with our eyes, and our stomachs can only hold so much. And I get it. I'm guilty of this. I have a weakness for rice when the rice just don't cook, especially white rice. Rasola, you remember on a Sunday we come home and we don't go through the door from the garage, we go through the
To the
kitchen because
kitchen.
the rice and peas don't
Mm-hmm.
cook, and we are take
Mm-hmm.
out some. Sometimes we
Oh.
teeth it out and smooth it out back on top. But I have my weaknesses.
Those were the good old days. Those were the good old days.
Yes, yes, and your teeth out and
When
things
the
like
rice and peas just cook and then you have the chicken there and you just get a little bit of the gravy and a little piece of, oh gosh, on a Sunday dinner. Oh, I love it. Mm.
oh, mouth watering right
Yeah,
now
it's
as I'm
like Sunday
speaking.
dinner.
But we have
Nothing
to
like Sunday dinner.
exercise portion control, Rasola. Now that we're older, we have to be careful when we talk about our portions of rice, dumplings, whether the dumpling fry or it boil or it fry over. And fry over dumpling is when you boil the dumpling, you have leftovers, and the next day you slice it and you refry it. Oh, Jesus, have mercy.
You sound like a big buck. You sound like a big buck, right? No, I actually try to limit my rice intake, pasta, all that stuff now because I see the results and I don't like it. And because, often I try and get to work out many times during at least 5 times during the week. I try at least to walk 5 times a week, at least.
I have a mixed section. I just put it this way. I'm waiting for my grandchildren. They'll have something to push down there.
That's another way of taking it. Yeah, I mute. But no, but I truly don't, because like you said, I could literally eat when it first cook a bowl of rice and peas, or a bowl of white rice, or dumpling, fried dumpling, festival, bami. Oh,
All right, stop.
oh,
Stop. And
sorry.
the doubles, the doubles.
I'm not give up doubles for nobody. Okay, so if that's my flour intake for my life, I'm not giving up doubles and roti for nobody. Okay, just let everybody understand. I'm not giving up doubles for no one.
Well, all things in moderation, folks, because they're saying here hearty portions of, and it's true, in the Caribbean, we usually pack up our plates with carbs, right? The rice, the dumplings, the ground provisions, and plantains, all delicious but high in carbs. So, what we need to do is balance our plates out, and we do so by making half of our plates vegetables, a quarter lean protein, whether it is fish, chicken, beans, and a quarter carbs, right? Swapping white rice for brown rice or quinoa or bulgur for more fiber and for more nutrients. Eating plantains ripe, but instead of frying them, just grill them or bake them. You can make candied plantains, but that's adding a sugar. No, take that away. Strike that. Strike that. It's the weakness in me. All right. So all things in moderation, folks, and do some swapping out. Change up how we prepare that. Number 5, make small, sustainable changes. Healthy eating doesn't mean giving up your favorite foods. It's about making small adjustments that last instead of drastic diet changes. How about we try doing a couple of these things? One meatless day a week using legumes like lentils, pigeon peas, or red peas in your meals. Drinking more water and limiting sugary drinks to special occasions. And let me say this, I don't know how true it is, but I have heard and I have seen the reports from several studies done that drinking a diet soda no make no sense. No sense. None. Just have a regular soda, they say. I don't know how true it is, but yeah, I will see people eating hamburgers, fried chicken, and then a big serving of that soda.
It's actually true, and I researched it because diabetics aren't supposed to drink regular soda; they're supposed to drink diet soda. And I was just trying to figure out when I read the story, how was that helping? Because the diet soda was supposed to be worse than the regular soda.
What's in diet sodas? I don't know. So hold on. Humor me for a second.
Yeah, I don't drink soda, so.
With our what the name aspartame? Aside pronounce?
Aspartame.
Aspartame?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They said look for sodas without that ingredient in it. It's illegal. Is it illegal? Okay, it's not illegal in Europe, but it's banned. But there's a growing campaign to ban it based on concerns about its potential carcinogenicity with carcinogens. Yeah, just read your ingredients, folks. Read the ingredients and do your research. All of us, well, I want to say 90% of us have cell phones with internet access. When you're in the supermarket, I know I do it. I find myself doing it even more now, where I'll just stand to the side of in the aisle, look at the ingredients, jump on, pull up Google, and type in an ingredient. Because not all ingredients that have a scientific name are bad for you. Some of them are are natural. They just use the scientific name for them. So let us be careful. Let us not be like a certain individual who doesn't know what riboflavin is.
Yeah, since I've been in my nutrition class, that's been one of the main things. Even things labeled organic, you have to read the labels.
Yeah. It's important, folks. Know what you're putting in your body. So as I'm saying that, Lord of mercy, not to go off on a tangent, saw this. And it said, how is it that we are okay with our partners touching our private parts, but we won't allow our partners to touch our phones? We turn around and tell them our phones are private.
That's
someone who has something to hide. I've never done that.
yeah.
That's someone who has something to hide.
That's
But it happens.
Okay, because they have something to hide.
Yeah.
It's simple.
There are men who cannot touch their women's phones, and there are women who cannot touch their men's phones. But they're okay with you exploring them to the 100th degree.
well, one you get some good entertainment from, you know.
But you'd think you'd want to protect your body more?
Not if he's your partner.
Ray, I saw that was cracking up. But yes, folks. So let's get back to this article. So another one, cook at home more often. So you control the ingredients and the portions. And you know what, folks? If you see some things, we have an uncle, Rosola, now we have an uncle in Fort Lauderdale. And I remember years ago, he said, if you only know what happened in some restaurants, you're near my yard. And we have certainly seen some videos circulating on social media where you want to go out and grab something, but the minute you see the video, like, okay, that's it, done. I'm eating at home. Yeah, practices are questionable. Let's just say that. Caribbean food is full of vibrant flavors and incredible nutrients. It's just about making mindful choices. So this National Nutrition Month, challenge yourself to eat healthier without sacrificing taste. Whether it's adding more local fruits and vegetables, drinking more coconut water, or grilling instead of frying. Small changes can lead to big results in your health and for your health. And folks, I cannot exaggerate enough how important it is for us to get our annuals done. Go get your blood work done. Know what's going on. Have conversations with your healthcare providers, your practitioners, so that you can make the necessary changes. As we get older, there are changes that happen automatically in our machines called our bodies, right? We're not going to stay young forever. But at least knowing what's going on and knowing the changes that are important for us to make and getting to them quickly can help us to live a better quality of life, a healthier life, right? Go get your blood work done. And when your doctor tells you to do something, please listen. The goal of doctors, those who care, really care about you, is to not have to put you on medication. And if they have to put you on medication, there's a reason for it. All right. Take care of yourself. One body. Maybe gonna do. Take care of yourself. All right. So we have another article here in our health and science. Oh, this one I came across. Why is there always room for dessert according to brain science? And Caribbean food is medicine. You know, you're absolutely right, niece. Absolutely right. Because as I'm preparing dishes, right, I'm saying, but hold on. Even rice and peas, for example, the beans are healthy. When we prepare the red peas before we put in the rice and the coconut milk and all of that, the beans are healthy. Coconut milk healthy. The herbs that we put in the rice and peas are healthy. I put in my rice and peas, and I know there are variations of it. And let me just start with the Jamaicans real quick for a second. There are different ways to prepare a dish. Let me just put that out there. So my way of doing rice and peas, I put like a piece of ginger. I cook the peas, right? After the peas cook and them nice, don't mash out, but you know, have a little texture. I will go in now and I add my thyme, my scallion, cloves. As a matter of fact, no, I put the garlic and the cloves when I'm, cooking the peas. So, get the flavor. But in it, I have ginger, cloves, bay leaves, garlic, thyme, scallion, and Scotch bonnet pepper. Want to put in a phone of rice and peas. Anything? Did I add anything that you don't add? Is there anything that you add that I don't add? Share your version.
I don't put bay leaves, but
Okay.
I put scallion. I put everything else. I put everything else. Everything else.
Right.
But no bay leaves.
No bay leaves. Okay.
I never tried the bay leaves. I'm gonna try it.
Just put, depending on the size, 1 to 3. 1 to 3, depending on the size of the bay leaves. If them small, can put 3. If them big, just put 1. Ja, what's your variation of rice and peas? If you make rice and peas, I don't want to ask you.
I make it like y'all, but I'm not using any ginger and no clove.
Okay.
And I will put the peas in the coconut milk before I put it with the herbs and let that cook down first before I put the rice in.
Okay. Niece, what's your style of cooking rice and peas?
My background is noisy, sorry. But yeah, all of the above. It all depends. Like sometimes I'll put pimento in there, sometimes I'll put clove in there, but predominantly it's going to be the garlic, the thyme, the scallions, definitely the hot pepper. Occasionally, depending on how many persons, I'll do the ginger and the other stuff. And I'll definitely put some carrots. I'll cube the carrots really small and put that in there. Some people put sugar. I put carrots in mine because I do not like anything with sugar.
Oh, I've never heard about carrot in rice and peas, so I've learned something new. I don't put sugar in mine at all. I don't put sugar in mine.
Yeah, it's for that reason I don't eat rice and peas out on the road because they add sugar because they want to. I don't know. They think that sugar makes everything taste better. It doesn't.
I think them put too much, some of them. Yeah. So I learned something new. So you cube the carrot very small and add it to the rice and peas, and that gives it that sweetish flavor or enhances the flavor. Interesting. I'm gonna try that. That one I'm gonna try. I've never heard of that. See? As it says, if there's gonna be a cook-off, I'll be a judge. Most definitely. Most definitely. Rice and gungo, which is pigeon peas. That is with coconut milk. For me, I do coconut milk, pimento, scallion, thyme. Sometimes I'll put a piece of green sweet pepper to boil in the water. Yeah.
Those are the only peas I use when I make rice and peas. I've never done it with the red beans or anything like that. I've done it. Yeah, I don't know. I fell in love with the pigeon peas.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
And gungo, I love it. Okay.
That used to be Christmas only for us. But and now that I've aged, I've also swapped out my basmati or white rice, any white rice for either brown rice or bulgur, cracked wheat. So instead of the rice, I do cracked wheat.
Okay. I don't like bulgur, I not tell you no lie.
Yeah, the gluten. The rice that we used to get back in Jamaica or back in the Caribbean, I don't know what we're getting now, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
Not the same at all. A lot has changed. A whole lot has changed, indeed. Another way to prepare rice and peas is some people call this barefoot rice and peas. You can put a piece of pig's tail, a piece of corned pork, corned beef. Some people put bacon. No, oh Lord have mercy, the mouth I run water when I take out the pig's tail. Hold on a second. Let me swallow hard.
I don't like pig's tail and salt beef and all that stuff in rice and peas. Rice and peas is rice and peas. If I'm gonna do pig's tail, I'm just gonna make some stew peas. Period. It's the same thing to me.
Russell,
I don't want it in that.
It's like making
Go ahead,
what you call it in Trinidad, pilau.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not pilau though.
It's not. Similar, but not. Yeah.
Similar, but not, yeah. So, and that's the thing. If it's pilau, that's different. That's with the gongo peas. It's different with red peas.
Oh, man, one little piece of pig's tail and that sit on top and it don't cook and you scoop up that. And then it's similar to the Cuban rice and peas, which is moros or congri, which is they use the black beans to make it. They put pieces of pork in theirs along with what they don't put is coconut milk, but they use bay leaf and the other seasonings with pork in their rice and
I'm
peas.
okay. I'm okay with the pig's tail because for me that's just seasoning, but I'm not going to eat the pig's tail.
That's what pig's tail, Jack.
No, so you can't dash with pig's tail. Wow, that's an abomination,
Yeah,
man. You can't do that.
I have
You can't
to.
dash with a pig's tail. What's wrong with you?
It's something.
But
I can do the feet, but I can't do the tail. I don't know why.
girl, something wrong. Wrong.
Ja,
Um,
Ja,
that's just that's the
I
way.
am suing you.
But I was gonna say I have a
Card.
friend.
You
Yeah.
taking my Caribbean card?
Yeah.
Caribbean.
No, I'm not taking your card, Jack. I know people don't get pig's tail.
Me a flagger, yellow card.
No,
for that.
no people don't eat pig's tail. So no people in the Caribbean don't eat pork. So there you have it. So yeah. But no, I have a friend that
I
taught me
do
to.
South. I do South.
Oh, you okay?
It's something about the tail.
Isn't that what you?
Yeah, I can do the feet. I can do the feet.
No,
I can't
South
do
can
the
be any
tail.
feet. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
South
the
can be
feet?
any feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. May I learn?
No, we only use the oink oink for South.
No, you can do cow foot. You can
I've
do
seen it with
chicken foot.
chicken, yeah.
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, you can do cow foot. You can. Cow foot is the best sauce to me. Chicken foot. Sauce. Oh God. Oh Lord, my belly.
I can drink the cow foot soup, but I'm not going to eat the foot.
What? What? Ja,
I'm sorry.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, sis. You're offending me. You are offending me.
What's
How
that?
could you?
Surely born in the Caribbean.
What I was saying to you about the black beans, I had a friend that told me once to use the black beans and do it just like we do with the red peas to make rice and peas. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. Same coconut milk, the same process, just use the black beans. It is so good.
Yeah, it is. Talking that, I cooked a big pot of black beans last night because I shame on me. Yes, you can call me out. I would buy the beans when this particular brand that starts with B, I would see them on sale in my supermarket. I always get 10 for $10. But no, I'm not seeing a 10 for $10 for the longest while. So I've decided to start making my own black beans, my own seasoned recipe of black beans. Last week I made it for the first time last week. I said the pot done as you said, oh that I said what? So I made another big pot last night. And when I'm finished, I'm going to warm up some white rice and pour one whole heap of black beans over. Oh geez, with some cheese, with some shredded cheese.
As you say, he's a part-time Rasta. As you understand, friend. That's what I say every time I start eating this wine. This is when I'm not the part of the time I'm not a Rasta. Every other time I am. I understand, Ozzy.
Niece must say I get hungry. We need to change the topic.
Yeah, I just went down in the kitchen. I'm warming up some food right now.
Saturday had some jerked ribs because the jerk pork did sell off. Had some jerked ribs and jerked chicken.
From the man?
With
From the people?
yes, from Chef Tally up there so. And let me tell us with some festival, yeah.
Let me tell you something. If y'all hit Florida and y'all want jerk authentic flavor, the ambiance, everything, Chef Tally. Just go out there on a Saturday with your kids and your family. Just hit Chef Tally. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
What I love how you guys make your dumpling. Oh, look at this squirrel watching me. How Mr. Days After Dark made them dumplings for us. I love it round like that. I don't know. Like we make ours flat. So yeah, I like that.
Do you call it bacon? Do you call it bake or do you call it dumpling?
No, we just call it fried dumpling.
Fried dumpling. Okay.
To me, the difference between some of because we don't put any sugar in our fried dumpling, where your bake sometime I've had some that taste sweet. I don't know if someone put sugar in it or not. So
Okay. Some people put sugar in them fried dumpling. That's a no. He doesn't make his. He uses buttermilk.
Mm.
oh,
Okay, we
that's
really have
probably
to stop
why it can
now.
get so nice and round.
We have
Okay.
to stop now. We have to stop now because
I gotta get
all
the
I,
recipe. I gotta get the recipe.
well, Mr. Days After Dark, where's my baby daddy? Because yes,
He's on his way to work.
let me tell you something. Oh, okay, I'm done.
We're gonna stop talking about
Oh,
food.
because I remember I don't need flour. It's just something. I cannot make dumplings. I can give you little spinners, but if you're looking for a dumpling, don't come to me.
Me not like that.
Oh, and
I
I'm the
don't make them.
opposite. I can do the fried dumpling, but I can't do the spinners for some reason. I don't know why.
What?
We all have our specialty. That's so. Yeah. All right. So why is there always room for dessert, according to Brain Science? You probably know the feeling of having a hearty meal at a restaurant and feeling full and satisfied, only to take a peek at the dessert menu and decide the cheesecake looks just irresistible. This article, courtesy of NPR.org. So I'm waiting for Tasha to make the cheesecake and ship it down because that cheesecake that she made looked so good that she posted up the video of on her social media platform. Tasha, if you're listening, we're waiting. I am waiting. We're not talking about else. So why is it that you just absolutely couldn't have another bite, but you somehow make an exception for a sweet treat? Or as Jerry Seinfeld might put it back in the day, what's the deal with dessert? Well, scientists now have a better understanding of the neural origins of this urge thanks to a recent study published in the journal Science. Working with mice, researchers tried to set up a scenario similar to the human experience described above. They started by offering a standard chow diet to mice who hadn't eaten since the previous day. That meal period lasted for 90 minutes, and the mice ate until they couldn't eat anymore. Then, when it was time for a 30-minute dessert period, the first round of the experiment, researchers offered mice more chow for dessert, and the mice ate just a little bit more. The second time around during the dessert period, they offered a high sugar feed to the mice for 30 minutes. The mice really went for the sugary feed, consuming 6 times more calories than when they had regular chow for dessert. In the mice, researchers monitored the activity of neurons that are associated with feelings of fullness, called POMC neurons. They're located in a part of the brain which is very important for promoting what is this? Satiety. Okay, learn a new word today. Satiety. That's according to Henning Fenselau, who is one of the study authors and a researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Metabolism Research in Germany. The scientists found that when the mice were eating the high sugar diet, the neurons released beta endorphin or endogenous opioid. It's a science term, TikTok, science term, one generated within your body. This chemical bonded to opioid receptors in the mice's brains and triggered a feeling of reward. So that's what sugar does to us. Huh. Just spell it.
Satiated, you mean? Satiated?
No.
It make you feel a certain way? Okay, that's why I wanted to know the
Well,
spelling.
it could be this. It could be from the same
Okay,
thing.
origin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we taste something sweet, it's not just the sugar we're consuming. It's triggering a system in the brain that associates with that sweet taste with pleasure, which makes us want to keep eating. When the team then blocked this pathway, the opioid pathway, the mice stayed away from the sugar. So in other words, sugar is like an illicit substance then.
It is. Because it makes you, that's why I thought the word was satiated, because it gives you that good feeling. Dr. R would love this conversation because all the scientific terms.
So scrolling further down in the article, because it's a long read, I'm not going to go through the entire article, but funny enough, as I just said that, Jan, I scrolled down. Other research has found a link between sugar consumption and the dopamine system in our brain. Some research even suggests that sugar's effect on the brain in the long run can be similar to illicit substances. There you have it. Yeah. So in other words, folks, we have to monitor our intake. We have to exercise self-control. I know I have a weakness for chocolate. I really do. You know what? I find myself doing, and I have to be very careful. Nutella. I will take a spoonful of Nutella and just sit down and eat it. Not good.
That is the most disgusting thing ever. My daughter.
What is disgusting? Nutella?
Look. Yes, my daughter loves it. My daughter is 26 years old, and my mother just sent some to her. I will not buy it for her. She got her sweet thing from my mother because I was never one for sweets anyway. But it's the most disgusting tasting thing I feel ever.
So I used to do with peanut butter, but then I find that the Nutella is so much more tasty, and I love it. Nutella in crepes. So son number 3, he makes crepes from scratch, and when you put that Nutella all over it, and then you cut up some strawberries and bananas, or you put blueberries or raspberries. Oh my gosh. Ja, how can you not love Nutella?
I love peanut butter. The Nutella is too. So I have issues with things that are too sweet. It's too sweet.
Is Nutella even good for you?
I don't know. It's hazelnut. It's hazelnut. Okay, Nutella. You know, Nutella is a good
My
thing.
problem is the sweetness, just like Jess, the sweetness of Nutella. So I never really liked it because it was just too sweet.
So, Nutella is a chocolate hazelnut spread that is high in sugar, fat, and calories. While it contains some nutrients such as iron and calcium, see, I got to take care of the bones. It is not considered a healthy food choice, folks. Reasons why Nutella is not considered healthy: well, it contains a large amount of added sugar, which can contribute to weight gain, tooth decay, and other health problems. It contains palm oil, which is a type of saturated fat that can raise cholesterol levels and increase the risk of heart disease. Nutella is made with processed ingredients such as cocoa powder, milk powder, and soy lecithin. These ingredients may not be as nutritious as whole foods. So do not follow back at me and do what I do. Make better choices, folks. Make better choices. And if you must indulge, all things in moderation. Do not take up a spoonful and sit down and eat it like I would. Don't do it, folks. Do not do it. It's not good for you.
So you're not going to do that anymore because you
Like you
reckon.
tell me, have one buckle in my pantry when I got done. Me not throw it out, but I won't buy anymore. Or I might buy. I buy the big jar. I might buy the small jar. Or you know what will be a deterrent for soul? I make sure it's on sale before I indulge. Buy one, get one free.
Stop by.
Can I live a little, please?
No, not with Nutella.
Welcome, Boss Chick. Welcome. And thanks for
Find
coming
another
to the
option.
discussion.
Find another option.
Okay, if you say so. If you say so. All right. So go ahead, Jack. Go ahead before I move
No,
on.
I was just going to say go back to peanut butter. But even that, you have to check the labels.
Or let us make our own peanut butter. So, believe it or not, stores armor plates for U.S. military vehicles produced in Russian-owned plant never passed inspection. Okay, did I read this right? Armor plates for U.S. military vehicles produced in Russian-owned plant never passed inspection. Why are we producing armor plates in Russian-owned plants? Why not American-owned plants? But let me mind my business.
Because we don't have any here.
Any more non-food related stories? Yes, Ozzy. See, we're moving on. So, according to independent.co.uk, employees at a Russian-owned steel plant operator in Oregon falsified inspection results on armored plating, including some used for U.S. Army vehicles. Question: who from the U.S. Army vetted these things before allowing them to be used by the U.S. Army? An internal investigation whose results were obtained by Bloomberg detailed how workers at the steel plant operator Evraz North America bypassed mandatory hardness tests and inserted fake results for about 12,800 armor plates during incidents spanning from 2017 through 2019 at a facility in Portland. The plates were then labeled as tested and approved. Who is responsible for overseeing this? 12,800 of them? Evraz launched its internal probe following allegations of bypassed requirements in the quality control procedures. The Independent has reached out to Evraz for comment. Oshkosh Defense, a primary customer of the plates, according to Bloomberg, has been awarded contracts by the U.S. Army. Okay, who owns Oshkosh Defense? That's what we need to know. Who owns it? And who are they connected to? Who are they affiliated with? Who are their friends in high places? They have been awarded contracts by the U.S. Army for joint light tactical vehicles. The United Kingdom, Israel, Romania, and other countries also use the vehicles. Oshkosh has built more than 22,000 of the vehicles as of 2024, and each are supposed to last about 20 years, according to Bloomberg. The Joint Light Tactical Vehicle has consistently demonstrated its ability to fill critical capability gaps for U.S. and international militaries. Somebody connect the dots. A $6.7 billion contract was awarded to Oshkosh. Really? We're not making jumpers for kids, you know. We're not making clothing for kids here. We're talking about vehicles, tactical vehicles that our army uses. Yeah, folks. I have the money. You're broke. So people are praising Ben Affleck's harsh but fair approach to spending money on his and Jennifer Garner's children. This is according to BuzzFeed.com. And now we are in the Brew, our entertainment news segment. And let's see what he has to say. So Ben Affleck is practicing tough love when it comes to keeping his children grounded. As you probably know, Ben shares 3 children with his ex-wife, Jennifer Garner. And earlier this month, the Gone Girl actor had a very relatable dad moment caught on camera during an outing with his 13-year-old son, Samuel. Wow. At a sneaker shopping convention on March 1, a viral clip showed Samuel setting his sights on a pair of Dior Air Jordan 1s, which retail for upwards of $6,000. You like those? Because they're expensive, Ben told his son, who replied, "No, they're tough. I've always said they look good."
Despite Sam's defense, Ben was reluctant to make the purchase and suggested that the teen should start saving up to buy them himself, saying, "That's a lot of lawns you gotta mow right there now." To put it into perspective, Ben is estimated to be worth a reported $150 million. So there's no doubt he'd be able to afford them. And with that in mind, people online praised the star's decision to teach his son a lesson about hard work rather than just buying him the shoes. Now, speaking on the red carpet at the South by Southwest premiere of his upcoming movie, The Accountant 2, Ben joked about the interaction and doubled down on his call. Do you think he's wrong for that? I agree.
No, not at all.
I agree. I have it, you don't. You want it, work for it. I don't know why parents are caught up breaking the bank to give their children certain things, which especially young children, they're going to outgrow these things. There are some people who, from the picnic can, even for the picnic can walk, even for the child is able to take their first step, or their child has to be in what I'm calling them, the Air Jordans, Jordaniers, what I mean, Air Jordans, and their children have to be decked out fully. Take a page out of some wealthy people's books. Don't go broke trying to have your children donned in designer or donned in expensive things that they're going to outgrow. Let's use common sense, really and truly. And I'm not trying to watch anybody's pockets. I'm just trying for us to look at the practicality of the situation, right? I have seen where people will spend thousands of dollars on outfits for their children and then turn around beg money for pay a light bill. Me, frugal, cheap me, you want really come beg money for pay a light bill while you just spent a couple $1,000s on designer? No, baby, I don't have it. I don't have it. You know, it's not for you. My lifestyle is not for you. I get it. I have no problem heading to the mall, going to the stores, and where is the clearance rack first and foremost? Clearance rack, please. Me scout that out first. Call me what you want. Call me in a business. I need to find the 80% off, 75% off, 50% off. And if me look on the 50% off, 75% off, 80% off, and me think it not cheap enough, me I walk well I fit. That's a mistake. I don't have to be in this season's latest. I mean that. And it's not for everybody, folks. Those of you who see it fitting to keep up with the Joneses carry on. Not me. Not me. Not me. I have to think about what makes sense. And what am I walking around with the tag to show that it's the I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. That's why I made it stuck with my phone. Till the bus open the Apple 6. What you call it? The iPhone 6 till it bus open and just get it changed. How many years ago was that?
Probably 20. I don't know. But you do have to know the difference between a need and a want at the end of the day. Most people just want the new technology. It's not that they need it. Sorry, some lawn people are outside.
No, that's all right. 2014. From 2014 to 2025. How many years that? Okay.
A lot.
11. It's not, again, my lifestyle is not for everybody, and it's okay. It's okay. Call me cheap. I don't care.
It's not cheap. If you're not using your phone really for business, you don't necessarily need the upgrades. I understand if you're using your phone as a computer, which most people are these days. You put all sorts of software and apps on your phone. So you do need to upgrade. But again, is it a need or is it a want?
software updates? If you must, do you do trade-ins, whatever? Yeah, me don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm not living. I don't know. I guess I'm just existing.
You're living.
Some people tell
Don't.
us I'm not going with nothing.
Whatever. You're not trying to keep up with the Joneses either.
Oh, child, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It has to be a necessity. Me think food first. Think about my belly first.
Food and shelter. Those are main.
Yeah.
Those are first. Food, shelter.
My light bill has to be paid. My water bill has to be paid. Hey, darling. These things matter to us, right, darling? These things are important. You know, and you know what? I tell you something. Social media has people so messed up in their heads. Messed up. Turn off the Real Housewives of Atlanta for a second, or the Real Housewives of whatever franchise. Turn off some of them things, because the truth of the matter is that I not so they live day in, day out either. Do you know that there are some celebrities who eat cereal for their dinner? Yeah, them tell us that they eat for their dinner. Some of us get caught up in this fake lifestyle. And I get it. Some of them are rent. That part. Do you know that there are content creation spaces that you can rent out? Houses, yes, that are decked out, closets full of clothing. Yes, I'm glad you put that, Ja. There are content creating houses, that's what you call them, and spaces that you can go to and do your thing and make people think of your house. Yeah, your clothes. Yeah, your kitchen. Yeah. No, baby girl, if me have to do all of that, it's not worth it. That's me. That's me.
I mean, because I still have not seen a piece of fabric that says "She" by Sheree. You know.
You know. Okay. Ja, you're wrong for that. You're wrong for that one there, Ja. No, but seriously, we need to use more common sense, folks. Right? If you can afford it, fabulous, fantastic. But if you can't afford it, now follow back at people. Do not follow the crowd and go bankrupt and go broke trying to portray this image, this lifestyle. You know, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. The content houses are more so for creators to collaborate in the same space like a retreat. Yes, I would think so, Azzy, but you better believe some of them are renting out these spaces and making people, they're going to the people them place and put on robe and all these things, come out to the people them bed when them wake up in the morning, get ready with me, videos. It's a big thing. But you know what? I'm an idiot. I should find me a space. I wonder if I can rent out my house. But I forgot to spend money to fix up the house, to rent out the house, to rent out one room so the people them can do them thing. You know, it's not a bad investment, you know. Come now that I'm thinking about it. If people want to spend their money to create a fake lifestyle, I could probably encourage them, no? Let me behave myself. Did y'all see the one with the woman? She said, she did a video a couple of years ago, and she said, do not be fooled. A lot of what you see is fake. And as she's moving away, you would think that she's on a plane, right? And as she moves away, it's a toilet seat. Because the toilet seat has the shape
Yes,
of the plane.
I saw that.
The plane window. I was cracking up when I saw that one. And it is true. The essence of it is, and it's something my father always used to say, never you grudge anybody for what them have, because you don't know what them do forget it, and you don't even know if I fit them. You know how many men have said they have got girls by driving them friend car. Ladies, we have to do better. We need to stop fall for material things. We need to stop it. Me hear the man them say them take them brethren BMW and get girls. The poor girl never know say I bust the man them take on a regular. But the man knows say them couldn't get to talk to the girl. If him tell her say it's boss him take, him have to show up in the luxury car that is not his.
Michael Ealy did it in that Tyler Perry movie that I can't remember the name of it right now.
Think like a what? Think like a man.
Yeah, think like a man. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow on TikTok. Yes, we have to be smart, ladies. I think the problem with us, we're too easily impressed. Too easily impressed. Some of us, not all of us.
Some of us.
Some of us are
Yeah,
too easily impressed. And women, teach your daughters not to be easily impressed. Men, teach your daughters not to be easily impressed. Me say this all the time. Me yet to see one man out there in this life here what can't impress me with nothing, turn me an idiot. It never happened and it will never happen. Okay, so me I drive on like a Honda and you drive your Maybach. Don't we still getting from point A to point B? Yes, you might live in your 10-bedroom. I mean, live in like a 2-bedroom. Don't we still asleep somewhere at night time? Okay. We have to learn to satisfy. Yeah. Let me put it that way.
Not fall for the Nutella.
We have our own heads. We're not impressed, niece. Yes. And what we have is what we have. You might look at what I have and say, then she can't do better. And what if what I have is what I'm comfortable with? Some of you ever stop and think about that? And that is why a lot of us end up in the extenuating circumstances that we are in. Always trying to outdo somebody else or impress somebody else. And the people then what we are trying to impress them. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Let me just say that and leave that right. That's all. Right? We have to learn to live within our means, folks.
And I'm sorry. Going back to the story, that is a good thing to teach your child because we're noticing now that children are hurting their parents when they can't get things that they're used to or that was just given to them. They're hurting their parents, they're hurting people. So you have to show that there is not everything is going to be given to you. You have to show that in this world. You have to work for some things. And I think I remember the first time I bought my own typewriter, how excited I was. My own stereo with my own money, how excited I was. And then I go back home and my mother tell me to give it to my people because they can't get it as quickly as I get it. Oh, that was a fight. But anyway, I digress.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, folks, we have to teach our children from early because what happens when your child grows up and gets into a situation where they can't afford the very thing? When they can't maintain that lifestyle. Your children have to learn the word no from early. They have to learn the word no. You can tell them no and you can explain to them the reason behind the no. But some parents don't know how to tell their children no. And by doing so, what they are doing is unleashing a problem on society later on. Now me have to deal with your pitney who not understand the word no. Now my taxpayer dollars have to go into feeding and housing somebody in a gated community because them never know how to understand the word no. Them never learn the word no. And that it's okay to hear the word no. The most valuable thing that you can give your child is your time. Your time. They will remember the time you spent with them and what you did with them. They will remember that for the rest of their lives. They'll remember that. But listen, if you drink water, mind my business. I remember once I made a comment and them clap back at me. I'm like, shut up my mouth, so I shut up my mouth, shut up my mouth. Then give me a reality check and I shut up my mouth. Shut up my mouth. Mind my business. And I just continue to watch them wade by the wayside. So what is Don Lemon put up now? Don Lemon put up something here. Let me take a listen to Uncle Don Lemon, that is. Lord have mercy. Let me hear what Uncle Don's saying. Let me turn up the volume here, folks.
Breaking news, Donald Trump and his administration just hit a huge roadblock as it relates to defying the orders of federal judges in the deportation cases and in the cases involving reinstating fired federal employees. Donald Trump had called for judges who did not rule in his favor to be impeached. The Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, John Roberts, just issued a very rare statement reading, "For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose." Make no mistake about it. This is a turning point. Let's see how Donald Trump and his administration responds to the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Breaking news, Donald Trump and his...
Okay, Dr. Keisha brought us up to speed with that one earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the folks are home from outer space.
Oh, when did they touch down? The facial expressions. Oh, wow.
We've got some breaking news. The Israel-Hamas ceasefire is over. Israel has resumed military operations against Hamas in Gaza. Israel is already conducting wide-ranging attacks as I give this report. In the past few weeks, Israel, with Trump's backing, has blocked all food, medicine, fuel, and other supplies from entering Gaza, demanding Hamas accept changes to the ceasefire deal. Per the Washington Post, Israel wants Hamas to release half the remaining hostages in return for a promise to negotiate a lasting truce. Hamas instead wants to follow the ceasefire deal reached by the two sides, which calls for negotiations to begin on the ceasefire's more difficult second phase, in which the remaining hostages would be released and Israeli forces would withdraw from Gaza. Hamas is believed to have 24 living hostages in the bodies of 35 others. This is a fast-moving story, that we are just getting this information.
Next. We don't talk about that.
Wait, did he?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did he say it's over?
They started the explosions again.
Started. It never stopped.
Come on, there was a ceasefire.
It never stopped. Again, it never stopped.
Hold on. Let me check something here. Because I know whoops. What did I just do? What did I just do? Where's Al Jazeera? Children, families, a doctor. Woo, recently unalived. Over there. Yeah, over there. Um, Thousands flee northern Gaza after Israel issues evacuation orders. We know what's going on. We're done. We're not. The bell speaks for us, right? Hey, Cornell. The bell speaks for us, right? Ja, we just next. Mhm. At least 404 have been unalived, Ja, since the resumption. Um, yeah, yeah. Turn this down. That's you, Ja. I thought it was me.
No, it was AT said the cruise splashes down at 5:57 p.m.
Or they came down already, or they're coming down.
They're coming down at 5:57
Oh,
p.m.
5:57 p.m. We sure? Where them coming down from? What? Where them coming down from, Ja?
Wherever they've been for 9 months. I believe they were in space, but there's a lot of people that don't believe that. I'm just mad that she never put a rubber band around her hair whenever she would come on TV.
But the man's hair didn't float up.
It's probably fake.
Guess what? What is today's date? By the way, there's more crashing of a certain stock.
AT says they're going to splash down in Florida, Tallahassee.
Ah, boy. All right. So Tesla's decline wipes out $800 billion.
Whatever.
You don't feel bad for him?
As I said last week, the week before, the month prior to that, no empathy. No sympathy, no empathy.
I mean, wouldn't you want me to have empathy and sympathy for you if it were to happen to you, Jack? No need to answer, Jack. I got you. I feel you. All right. Well, folks, there it is. We have come to the end of another episode of Coffee and Chill World News on the Go. I want to say thank you so much to everyone who followed on TikTok. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you for all of that. And then some. Them did piss me off yesterday. But I came back today. I'll be back tomorrow. My shadow looked good this morning, Ja. And I woke up, my shadow was looking real good.
God bless the shadow.
You know where I get that from? Niece, you remember a particular doctor that used to have his practice right across from the Catholic Church? And that particular doctor used to
Oh, what Catholic church? Where's the Catholic church?
top roads go up.
That big church in the back? Yeah. Okay.
Right on the main, and you turn on that street to go to the but you can check that way to go to the secondary school.
Right.
Okay, right. So that particular doctor, whose daughter went to my high school, yeah. Anyway, he was a very good doctor, excellent doctor, amazing doctor, best doctor. And he is married to the pharmacy out by the two-story plaza when you're going into town.
With the Herbies?
Yes, on that plaza. Yeah.
Really, Mrs. Hector?
Yes. So he would come to the house. He would just show up on the blue. And you hear the piano playing, and you're like, okay, who's playing the piano? Ducking at the house. But anyway, he would just show up. But I remember once he was saying, he told me and my mom, oh, he don't go to his practice unless him shadow look right. And that's where I got that from. From as a child, that stuck with me. Yeah. Interesting that the encounters you have as children and the things you hear and you hold on to them.
You know what crossed my mind the other day? I'm like, think about it seriously, right? Oh, Uncle Don's cousin that came in with a black hat. And he went through and with this big broom and sweep everybody out of their jobs, right? Did he not think about the repercussions? Is this how he does business in his company? I mean, it made me even question, what is a contract? Because how I know a contract is and an employment agreement, you don't break it. You don't break it. And the fact that he was just able to go in and cancel left, right, and center and breach contracts, and nobody has said anything. I don't know. It just kind of, it bothers me, but it's also very puzzling to me.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, as the external community rightly said, they don't know what to expect of them anymore. But then somebody needs to seriously look at the cousin, Black Hat, how his company operates. They need to find some of his terminated employees and interview them and find out what really goes on there. Unless he made all of them sign a non-disclosure where they can't speak.
So here's the thing. Contracts are put in place with the hope that they're not broken, right? Unfortunately, things can happen. Unexpected things can happen that may lead to the severing or the moving away from a contract, the dissolution of a contract, right? For example, marriages. Forever and ever, amen. Till death do we part. But somewhere along in the relationship, something went awry. The situation becomes irretrievably broken. So we do away with the contract.
And that was a perfect example, because what is the process to do away with that contract? And there are they're agreed upon financial responsibilities that happen during the course of that resolution. But again, the whole thought that there is a process, it's not an automatic cancellation like that. There is a process. You're going to terminate somebody, you have to meet with them at least once or twice. I mean, I don't know how it works here, but you're supposed to meet with them to certify, you know what, we're not impressed with your performance. The next time that we have to speak with you, we're going to have to terminate. There's a process. Yeah. There used to be a process.
Yeah. Used to be. I'm glad you used the operative word. Used to be. And I think because of the way things are being handled, Denise, I think that is the reason why we have so many lawsuits moving through the courts. That is why we have the judges pushing back and reversing motions. I think that's the reason why, because we're going about doing things the wrong way. There's a right way and there's a wrong way. Yeah. So let's see. Right now, all eyes on the Supreme Court situation. Let's see how this unfolds. Let's see what updates we will have tomorrow. Because there's no stopping. Because how many of us, we interact with people and they feel that the fact that you interact with them gives them all rights to overstep their boundaries with you, to do as they please with you. You will express to them your concern and the effects of their behavior, right? How it affects you. And them feel that them not care. Them show you say them not care because they don't seek to change the behavior. they continue on that trend. So really and truly,
Those people don't stay in my life, so
no, they don't.
we can move on.
We remove them, rightly so. So what is the process? But I, at this point, I don't even know, because it's very few people you hear being vocal, and I guess people in that camp. What's the reason for them not being vocal? I don't want to assume anything, because they say about assuming. What is their justifiable reason for not doing anything about the situation, not being vocal, not pushing back? It's as though they're agreeing with everything that's going on.
Because if they're vocal, they will find themselves in the same place that what he's trying to do with the judges. Get rid of them.
Okay. Everybody.
Again, it's providing a united front, because, and that's the whole purpose of Congress. They're supposed to be meeting with each other. The House of Representatives, the same thing. They're supposed to be meeting with each other. And if they can come forward with a unified voice and speak to him off the air, because it's obvious that what he's doing is he's trying to create a show out of terminating them as well, right? But if they can come together with him and try and get him to understand, okay, fine, you know what? This is not only, I get where you're trying to go, but this is hurting the people, Have a conversation with him to try and get him to understand. I totally understand what he's trying to do. The way in which he's going about it, there's more harm than good in doing what he's doing. There's harm now, maybe good later, but there's harm now, and people are suffering now.
Niece, the last time that he was in this position, what was one of the biggest hurdles you heard for people in his cabinet? He would not listen. He would do what he wants to do. So why would it change now? Even more so, because he feels he's king.
But the perfect example is the fact that they can't even hold town halls anymore, because the people are vocalizing with them and saying, hey, you know what? This is not okay. And at some point in time, he can't.
Niece must have got a call. Okay.
The call came in.
Yeah, I figured.
I'm not going to come right back. But at some point, they have to stand for something or fall for nothing. And that's what is happening right now. They're not standing for anything. They're afraid of losing their jobs, and rightly so, because he has somebody in the back ready to replace them in a heartbeat without any election.
I think, I don't know if this is the right thought to have. I think it's a matter of let everything happen. Just let it happen. We know the consequences. We know the repercussions. But let it happen. To prove a point, possibly. To prove a point, quite possibly. We never know. It's not. Could it be that they're not necessarily for, but this is a strategic move on their part? Could be, Naja. Could be strategic.
Well, I hope their strategy ends pretty soon. Let me just say that.
What is a 100-day mile marker? Just in 2 hours ago, not just 2 hours ago, NBC News via MSN is saying that President Donald Trump's administration says it is moving to reinstate more than 24,000 probationary workers it fired as part of its efforts to slash the size of the federal workforce. That's according to court documents that were filed Monday. Officials in 18 departments and agencies submitted signed declarations detailing their team's efforts to rehire the fired workers in order to comply with court orders. Last week, 2 federal judges ordered the administration to temporarily reinstate thousands of
of probationary workers who were fired. The documents are the first full accounting of how many people lost their jobs in the Trump administration's mass firings of probationary workers who have typically held their positions for less than 2 years and don't have full civil service protections. But many of the employees being reinstated won't be getting right back to work. Instead, they'll be placed on administrative leave, including at the Department of Education and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, two agencies that have been targeted for dismantling, and a number of other major federal departments. So it looks as though things are going to be put back together, Ja. If we have to reinstate them, not we, they have to reinstate them.
I'm not gonna hold my breath, but hopefully I won't. If I do have let me just be quiet. I won't hold my breath.
Okay. Yeah, hold it. We'll hold it. Our AT's house is Taylor. AT, we have come to the end of the show, both on TikTok and both on YouTube. I just want to say thank you to everyone for your support. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you for the articles that were sent over to help to make the show possible. I appreciate each and every single one of you. You're all phenomenal. YouTube, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, and TikTok, we're back with you at 9:15 a.m. Of course, now we have our little music set from 9:15 to 9:30. Get our minds right. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day. If you have not yet subscribed to the Coffee Into YouTube channel, I invite you to do so, just in case you know how things go. I think it's next month. TikTok is up for review. Yeah, if you have not subscribed, please head on over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button, turn on your notification. We do have past episodes of Coffee Into there that you're able to catch up on. If you're here with me on TikTok and you have not yet followed, I invite you to follow us. And share with your friends. Don't be selfish. Share with your family. Don't be selfish. All right. So everyone, want to wish you a wonderful rest of the day. Catch you tomorrow morning. YouTube, I'm going to shut you down first. All right. Peace. And Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.